The world's fastest skiff sailors and multi-hull competitors are taking part in the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships. It's day 5 of the Worlds in Quiberon, Brittany, on France's rugged Atlantic coastline. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and joining me again as our expert commentator, Rebecca Netzler, Olympic silver medalist from Paris 2024 and the 2023 World Champion in 49er FX. And Rebecca, welcome back. So pleased that we have got you on your specialist subject today, which is the 49er FX.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited for today's racing. I mean, that's no surprise that I've been longing to see the FX race.
Of course. But before we get into today's racing, let's have a look at highlights from yesterday. Day 4 of the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships. And after the boat-breaking weather on Thursday, softer breeze for the opening day of Gold Fleet racing in the skiffs. A mix of light to medium winds greeted the sailors, with the top 25 49ers first onto the race course for their Gold Fleet racing. Flat water and fast speeds made for intense battle across the fleet. In the lighter, more tactical conditions, mistakes proved costly and many teams were forced to lean heavily on their discard scores. New Zealand 94 and Australia 25 both found their groove today and now sit first and second overall respectively. A great performance for the teams from down under. While Germany 11 delivered when it mattered the most, taking a bullet in the final race of the day to secure third in the overall rankings. In the Nacra 17 fleet racing, there were some runaway victories. Argentina dominated the opening race of the day with a huge winning margin of more than 500 metres. Sweden 14 hit an upwind foiling mode that launched them into the lead of the next race, giving Erwan Jönsson a big boost up the leaderboard. In the third and final race of the session, Finland 13 found impressive pace to take the final Nacra 17 bullet of the afternoon in a tighter, more closely fought battle. At the top, the championship fight remains incredibly close. France 51 continue to lead overall, but after a great day, Italy 98 are right there behind the French, just 2 points separating the top teams as they head into the last day of Gold Fleet racing. Saturday offers the last opportunity for teams to break into the top 10, which is what they're going to need to do if they're going to contest the medals on Sunday. So we've had a variety of weathers. This is turning into a true test of an all-round champion. Let's just take a look at the event rankings so far and see the lie of the land. Firstly, in the Nacra 17. And so you can see it's really tight at the top between France and Italy, and quite a big gap back to the reigning world champions from Great Britain, who have got a bit of work to do and struggled yesterday. Argentina coming up the rankings yesterday with a nice win. Bryn Liddell and Rhiannon Brown, really good in the strong wins 2 days ago for Australia. And there we see the Swedes in 7th and 8th, and Erwan Jönsson a slow start to the regatta. But Rebecca, they will be pleased to have got that race win yesterday, and they could still win this, do you think?
Winning, I'm not sure. I mean, everything can still happen, and with the new point system, we can't calculate anyone from the top 10 away. We're up for tomorrow.
Yes, it's all about making sure that you're in the top 10 and your game stays alive for being in the top 10 on the final day on Sunday. And here are the overall standings in the 49er. Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush from New Zealand just ahead of the Australians, Harry Price and Max Poole. And then winners of the last race yesterday afternoon, Richard Schulteis and Fabian Rieger, the first of 2 German teams, Meggendorfer and Spranger, also winning a race yesterday, and our former leaders, Keanu Pretnio and Jakob Flackberger from Austria, dropped down to 5th. But the points, as you can see, are still very tight, much tighter than what we're seeing in the Nacra. And the 3-time world champions, Bart Lambriax and Floris van der Werken, are down in 7th on equal points with the 2024 world champions from France, Erwan Fischer and Clément Péquin. And interesting to see the Chinese, Wen and Liu, still very much in the hunt for these medals this week. So a real spread of continents and nations there. And here are the FX standings. So a French team that we need to learn more about. Per and Ryu doing really well, 5 points ahead of the reigning world champions Barceló and Cantero from Spain, and then Belgium's Mainhout and Goertz in third, ahead of the Schmidt sisters in fourth, Bergman and Will from Germany, Freya Black and Saskia Tidy from Great Britain, and then Vilma Bobek and Ebba Berntsen from Sweden, runners-up in the World Championships last year. And of course, that's a boat that you will have a lot of support for, Rebecca, because it was with Vilma Bobek that you won your Olympic silver medal and your World Championship gold medal in 2023. So they're back in seventh. Will they be happy with that? We see Sweden 77, your favourite number right there going across the screen. Will they be happy with seventh, or are they expecting more?
Absolutely not. Everyone that's been racing Vilma knows that she is a racer deep in her heart, and she is never happy with anything else than winning.
I thought you guys had sailed a really good regatta in Canada in 2022 in Halifax, and you just missed out on gold there. I think you got silver there, did you?
Yes, we did. We came away with the silver medal.
I thought that was an incredibly good performance, considering that you'd only just started sailing together, and you were quite upset that week, which showed your competitive spirit, that you were not you felt that the gold had slipped away from you.
Yeah, I think it, like we talked about yesterday, when you're coming away with a bad race to end the event, that's kind of putting in the emotion for the whole week, even though it's not summarizing the work that's been done. And it was exactly like that for us in Canada. We felt quite disappointed after that medal race, seeing what was going to happen, and we just couldn't execute it. So home and more training, and the year after we could be standing on the top of the podium.
Yes, a year later, and so, well, I thought a silver medal together in your first year sailing together was not too shabby, but you hoped for more. As for the lineup here, we see the Blue Peter flag is up. That means you can be over the line before the start. Here's our lineup for the 49er FX grid. These light winds, looking at those teams, who would you pick out as light wind specialists?
Oh, I will keep my eyes on Germany 55, Marla and Hannah. We remember them also from the Paris Olympics, and they have always shown that they're very strong in the wind. But I would also keep my eye on the Spanish, Barcelo and Cantero. They also are showing, even though Paula is new as a helm, they've been showing very strong in the light winds.
Great. Okay, well, let's keep an eye on them and see how they go. And let's see where we are in the start sequence.
So it shouldn't be much left before we start the first race for the FX today.
The Blue Peter is down, so we are inside the last minute.
I would guess that we have approximately 15 seconds to go before this first start is coming away.
Getting closer. There's still a bit of line sag. They're using Vaqueros on the FX?
Yeah, so we're coming to start now. Beautiful start by the Norwegian boat 11 PI Nora.
And just about hanging in there are the Spanish, the reigning world champions, coming off the windward end of the line, but as Rebecca says, Norway has got the slightly superior start, so Spain having to work hard to hold their lane. And meanwhile, we see teams tacking out, including those Canadian sisters that got bronze in the previous Worlds, the Lewin LaFrance sisters, who are struggling a little bit more this week.
It's kind of interesting today looking at, we didn't get a long look before the start were going away, but the fleet was kind of spread out, and it was no obvious side where I think the fleet were heading to, like we've seen the other days on the live stream, where it's been a really favored side of the start line to start on.
And in these early stages, who would you rather be right now? Would you rather be the Dutch coming out towards us, or the boats like, who was it who got the great start? Norway going out the other way. Who do you think's doing well at the moment?
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit at the tracking here as well. I'm sheeting a little bit, and it really looks like Norway and Germany 55 really punched out there. We can see them in the middle of our screen, the two boats sticking out a little extra, and it looks quite strong right now.
This Dutch boat in the front of our screen, I'll come back to that when they come back to us. There's our view. Germany 55. Now, is that not the boat that you highlighted, Marla Bergman and Hannah Veal, who are really good in light winds? And Rebecca, it seems like you've waved your magic wand and it's going quite well for Germany 55.
Yeah, they really like these light conditions, and I think they're really good at just squeezing out that extra off the boat and sailing fast and being quite quick to be able to wire themselves down and really put pressure through the boat.
They look pretty comfortable there, and so do the Norwegians, Pia Dahl Andersen and Nora Edlund, stretching away, and to leeward of them, the Spanish boat, the reigning world champions, still in clear air. But look at the angle difference. The Spanish team are just dropping away, and they seem to be out of the breeze that's favouring the boats closer to picture.
Yeah, it looks like both them and the Swedish and the French 63.
Yeah, France 63.
Yeah, they are just like outside of this left-hand pressure and really getting another angle there. And now we can see Norway getting into that, or getting out of that pressure that we saw this bunch having. And it should probably come soon to Germany, Poland and Germany.
But the damage has already been done, hasn't it? Because, yes, Norway is going onto a similar angle now, but look at the gain that they've made on the Spanish down to leeward. And such class acts down there. We've got the reigning world champions from Spain. We've got Sweden 77, Wilbur Bobek and Ebba Berntsen. And our current leaders, France 63, also right of picture as well, struggling in that lighter breeze.
Yeah, it's it was interesting to see how quickly that went, and it just tells us how patchy and tricky this race course is. You really have to sail into the pressure, and the pressure isn't moving towards you. I talked a little bit to Vilma before the start, and she said the same about the racing the other day, that you really have to sail into the pressure to be getting it. It's not these days where the pressure could come to you. So that's definitely something we saw right there, and it's kind of interesting because now we're getting also the look there from the boats on the right side. Norway looked so strong before, but we actually see Canada coming out there from the other side and looking very strong as well.
You'd still rather be Norway right now, wouldn't you? But we'll find out fairly soon. Norway, actually, their angle is collapsing a little bit, so maybe Canada is coming a little bit better. But even from that angle, I think Norway is still looking a bit stronger. And Norway just going into attack now, and they obviously feel like they're, well, I don't know how close to the ley line they are, but it's pretty close, I think.
Yeah, I think that was the attack for the Norwegian boat to be on ley line, and it actually looks, now I can only see on the tracking, which is a little bit delayed, it looks like the top left looks quite good now as well, so it will be interesting if they have enough pressure to hold them all the way into the top mark.
And this all stems back to a really good committee boat end start for Norway, and we see the power of how those few centimetres of advantage at start gun time can translate into tens or even hundreds of metres further up the racetrack. But coming in from the left-hand side on the ley line, is there a boat that's going to come in ahead of Norway? Yeah,
it looks like Norway just got into a different pressure there, and they were heading and lost a bit of pressure. So Italy 15, Sofia Giungiglia and Giulia Schio is rounding this top mark first.
I understand that those young Italians have also been going well in light winds so far this season, so this is not that much of a surprise.
Absolutely, and they also just got from here where they were winning the event just a few weeks ago, so they are really feeling that winning vibe probably.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And round next, Germany 22, Maruschil and Freya Felker. A lot of Germans in this lineup. We got 5 Germans in this top 25 lineup. I can't imagine there's anyone beating 5 representatives, so really strong. And big gaps already for the front 2. Third boat round.
That looks like Norway just coming around.
followed by Germany 55 and Poland 14. Germany 55, Marla Bergman and Hannah Veal, also one of Rebecca's picks for light wind racing.
But look at that distance already. We've only had one upwind, and we can see this much space between Italy and Germany and Norway. That was the first 3 boats rounding down for this first top mark.
And it's not quite fully stretched downwind. How do you know where to pitch your sort of your level of power and the angle that you sail? Because you could sail a bit deeper with less weight on the trapeze, or you can push a bit higher. What's the rule of thumb here?
Yeah, I think in these patchy conditions where you want to stay in the pressure, you really have to look over your shoulder and make sure that you stay in the pressure for as long time as possible. So we can see now how Italy 15 is jibing to, and that's quite early. They're still quite far away from ley line, but they just want to secure. It looks like it's coming pressure top right because of all the boats jibe setting. So they just want to make sure that they stay in that pressure and not missing out. If that was the right decision or not, we would just have to wait and see.
It looks a little
down.
bit soft and uncomfortable for them right now. I wonder if they're regretting it.
Yeah, maybe also regretting that they didn't jibe set straight away. Even that takes some strong decision making to be daring to do that so early in the race. But better to take the loss earlier than too late.
Yeah, we saw a lot of early jibe setting going on yesterday. It was almost the standard move in the 49er, which is very unusual. There's a bit of an angle change and a bit of increase in power for the Italians. That's going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable, I think.
Yeah, and I think what the Italians do so nicely is that they are not scared of actually putting pressure in the boat, and you can see them quite early actually going out, and both of them being trapezing on the side and sailing a bit higher angle to be going faster.
And we're getting these privileged overhead views. What details are you looking at there, Rebecca?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You can see the crew, for example, how she's working with the kite sheet and just constantly making sure that it's correctly trimmed and being able to maximize the pressure that's out there, because it's not a lot of wind, but you need to make sure that the boat is moving forward the whole time.
And a little bit of roll through that jibe, just putting the power out of that jibe, nicely executed, not dipping the wing in the water, which is easy to do with the 49er.
Yeah, here we, for example, see a different technique where they don't really push as much. And we already have Italian by the gate taking the right-hand mark.
Interesting, they've gone right-hand mark where they took the lead by going left. So I wonder why they're choosing to initially at least go out towards the right-hand side. Maybe clearer air this way. What do you think their thoughts would be about that?
I would kind of sync it together with their decision making on the downwind. They chose to jibe in a bit earlier and to cover up that right-hand side of the downwind. They must have seen some kind of pressure on that side to be able to catch that now on the second upwind.
And round go Germany 55 out to the far mark, followed by Germany 5. So the Germans feeling that the left is going to be the stronger play. Marla Bergman and Hannah Veal, the leaders of those two German teams. Now the Italians tack. Maybe they've seen the Germans go round the far side. They've also let most of the bad air clear out down at the bottom mark. So it's relatively clear air for Italy 15 to tack across over towards the left.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the power of having a big training group and working all together. We, at the gate, the same time, we had 3 German boats, and they're all just pushing each other now and also back home in training.
And this is the hectic middle of the fleet rounding, and there's Spain 76. They had a pretty decent start, but it wasn't quite the best start, and it looks messy round here. I'm not sure what's going on with Italy 20. Have they got 2 people on board? I think they have. I don't know how you managed to bring a 49 FX to a complete stop like that. That's weird. I know when you drop the spinnaker, the boat speed drops an awful lot, but Italy 20 was completely stopped dead there for a moment.
Yeah, that looked actually really confusing because it looks like the kite was already in. But we will have to talk to them later and see what was going on.
Yeah, that's Italy's Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi, one of the best teams in the world, but struggling in the middle of the pack in this race right now because it's the other Italians, Sofia Giunchiglia and Giulia Scio, who are leading this race right now. It's the first of 3 races that we're going to be bringing you in the 49er FX World Championships today. It's 3 different Olympic classes all competing in Quiberon in Brittany in the north of France. It's the most important regatta of the year for these Olympic sailors as they build up towards the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games. And if you look on the right hand side, there are the stats for last year's World Championship. 23rd place for Giunchiglia and Scio, and their best event finish 13th at the 25 Europeans. So this is a big step up in performance, but we know, as Rebecca said earlier, that they won Semaine Olympique Française, got the gold medal there earlier this year, well, just last month, in fact. And it really looks like the Italians have made a step up in performance this year.
Yeah, and it was quite a tactical move there, just coming across and tacking kind of an easy tack above the 2 German boats to be in control all the way up to the next top mark.
So it's a 2-lap race. We are coming up to the halfway point of the second lap. It's only going to be one more downwind leg with the spinnaker, and then the Italians look set to take victory. Am I going to put the commentator's curse on this? I don't think so. Look at the night and day between Italy 15 and the rest of the fleet. They're just stretching away right now.
Yeah, they really got some extra power there, and I'm not sure if Germany were tacking. Yeah, I actually can see here Germany 55, Hanna and Marla were tacking out again, so they were not happy with how Italians were positioning them on top of them and just got a new lane. You can see them there on the left of the screen.
Italy tack again. And I wonder if this is their final tack of the race, if they're already on ley line or not. We'll have to see when the windward mark comes into view. But really, the Italians have that great luxury that any sailor has when they're leading a race, is they can go exactly where they like. They're not being dictated to by anyone else's bad air or aggressive tactics. The Italians can dictate the pattern of play, and the Germans and Norwegians closer behind. Oh, there's my answer. They weren't on ley line. They are sailing defensively, and they're not taking anything for granted.
No, they really want to secure this left-hand side of the course and don't want to let anyone come in front of them now. So they're just sailing a little bit on the fleet and making sure that they're always them between the fleet and them is the mark. So they are really now just making sure that the fleet is safe.
And the breeze looks like it's up a little bit, certainly from the leeward mark. It was quite soft down at the leeward gate, but they're fairly well stretched right now, so that's going to make life a bit more comfortable. But the Germans aren't letting the Italians get away. It's closer than I'd thought.
Yeah, I think we will see a small gain here from the Italians. The German just been slipping down a little bit and getting some dirty air there from the Italians, and probably we can see the mark there on the left, and I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure that the Germans are discussing if it's worth taking 2 more tacks or if they should just stay there and accept that they are at least in the mix for the last downwind.
Well, the Germans also have to think about the Polish boat just to their right. The Polish in third are a threat to Germany, so I think maybe Germany is thinking more in terms of protecting second place rather than attacking for the lead. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like it now. They're really committed to just go to ley line and hopefully be able to lead by attack the Polish 14.
Alexandra Melzaka and Sandra Jankowiak, the Polish boat on the right of your picture right now, and going into attack, but I'm sure the Germans are going to... I thought the Germans might have held on a bit there, actually. They made life a little bit easier for the Polish than maybe they needed to. It's giving a little bit of breathing space to the Polish boat, but it looks like Germany and Poland are quite thin on that ley line, and they're going to have to sail well to make sure that they make this mark in 1 without needing to tack. And this is just going to help the Italians extend even more, because the Italian ley line is quite fat and quite comfortable.
Yeah, we can already see how the German boat is pushing that extra high mode and really putting a bit of extra pressure on the Polish to be able to hold that lane. But I'm sure both of them will make the mark and be just behind Italy.
It does look like it, doesn't it? And actually, maybe I was a bit tough on Germany's ley line call. It looks pretty decent. So round go boats number 2 and 3, and it looks like a straight set for Germany. Is it going to be a straight set for Poland? Or they're going to go for, yeah, I think it's a straight set. And quite a big gap back to the 4th boat, and this looks like it's going to be Denmark. This is Jenna Seaton and Christina Anderson. So this is Jenna Seaton, the 2016 Rio Games bronze medalist, who retired, then became a coach, and then decided that she misses 49er FX competition so much, and maybe it's something to do with having a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old at home. Maybe she just needs a break and do something a little bit easier, like 49er FX sailing.
Yeah, I mean, imagine for her children to be looking up and saying there in kindergarten that they will, their mom is Olympic sailing. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. That's quite a big kindergarten boast, isn't it? And round go Canada 71 and Germany 5. There was a couple we didn't call out just now because I was talking about kindergarten, so I missed a couple. But yes, I'm just wondering, around come the next ones. Germany 22, Netherlands 65. That's a deal. The Olympic champion, followed by the reigning world champions from Spain. So the Spanish really struggling in this race. And there's our series leaders, France 63, going round. So there's a lot of big names that are very far back in the pack today. What's your take on that, Rebecca? Why do you think that's happening?
I mean, it's the first race of the day, and we all know that today matters a lot. It's setting up for tomorrow, the big final day, and light conditions. We saw how it was there just in the beginning of the race, how the German boat stayed in the pressure, and the Swedish, and now I don't remember who else it was, that just fell out of that pressure. And
well, that was the Spanish, the Swedish, and France 63. Who never quite got into that pressure, and that's sort of the luck of the draw. They weren't doing anything wrong. It's just the luck of the draw, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, they probably could have positioned that tack a bit better towards the pressure, but sometimes the pressure isn't so easy to be reading, and I'm sure they didn't do it with purpose.
Yeah. But all these micro mistakes all end up becoming quite expensive over the course of a race, and it all plays into the hands of those leaders who you can see on the left of screen, and they've got good breeze. You can see that white wake coming off the back of Italy 15. The breeze has picked up and the boats are accelerating, and the breezier it gets up to a certain point, that's all just going to make it even easier for the Italians to defend.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been doing a really good race. They've stayed in the pressure the whole time, and we can really see they've been leading around all the marks and not really letting anyone in this race to challenge them. No,
they look very comfortable up there, don't they? And it's the old cliche that all of us sailors know and understand, is when you're leading a race, it feels so easy. You don't know why you can't do it all the time. But it's just not like that in sailing, is it? They've got the flow going. They made a good start. They made a good call to go out to the left. And Italy 15 put in their final jibe as they are about to cross the finish, and they're clearly very happy about that, and why shouldn't they be? Sofia Gianchilia and Giulia Schio win the first of 3 49er FX races this afternoon on day 5 of the World Championship in Quiberon in the north of France, and they can now look back up and take stock of just how big their lead was to go back to the next boats. This is Denmark 41. They're in 4th place. This is with the veteran Jenna Seaton, crewed by Christina Anderson.
And it looks, we hope to be able to see that on the screen soon, but it looks like Poland 14's been sailing Oh yeah, they
there's
just
very
crossed
close.
the finish line before Germany 55, and there was a really close finish between the Polish and the Germans.
Well done to Alexandra Melzacker and Sandra Jankowiak, just managing to steal second place from the Germans. And Germany 55, Marla Bergman and Hannah Will will be kicking themselves at losing that place. Across the line, it's going to be, I think, is it Denmark who crossed the line in fourth?
That was the British boat, Saskia and Freya.
Oh, that was a big gain for them.
Yeah,
Something big has happened. Something big has happened for the British to climb that much. So they, I'm thinking, probably took the side further out to sea on the left of screen. But that was a big gain by Great Britain down that final run. And other top finishers, just trying to pick them out. It looks like Canada has also made up a few places on this final run downwind. So a lot has changed. The breeze picked up. It picked up more on one side than the other. I think maybe Spain 76 just there in picture has also made some gains back here as well. So it goes to show it's never over till it's over on a day like today. And Quiberon has thrown something different at the competitors every day. We're on day 5 now, but Rebecca, every day has been different, hasn't it?
Yeah, and especially today we have a more westerly breeze, and it's light again, but it's still enough for exciting and good racing. And we just have so much more exciting racing for today.
Yeah, we got 2 more of these to go with the FX, and then we are back to the action with the 49er men, the equivalent skiff for the men's competition. Pretty much the same gear, except the mast is slightly taller and the rig is slightly bigger. There's the confirmation that Gianchilia and Schio from Italy won that race, and then the last gasp winners of second place, Melzacker and Jankowiak from Poland, just stealing second from Bergman and Veal, who have to settle for third. A great climb by Black and Tidy from Great Britain to get up to fourth place by the finish. Seaton and Anderson in fifth. Anderson and Edlund from Norway, looking so good in those early stages. And the Lewin-Lafrance sisters, bronze medalists last year, in 7th place in this race. And then 2 German teams, and then in 10th place, Barcelo and Cantero, the reigning world champions from Spain, who also made up a little bit of ground on the final run to the finish. Anna Barth and Emma Koloff in the middle of our picture. Emma Koloff, just 18 years old. It's school holidays, fortunately for her. She doesn't have to bunk off school to do these world championships, but she tells me that even if it had been school time, she would have bunked off school. But she says school's quite kind to her. They're prepared to give her time out of her studies to chase her Olympic dreams. We hear that we might have an interview with the winners of that race. So let's see if we can go to the water.
Julia and Sophia, congratulations on winning the first race of the day. What a way to start the day. How are you feeling right now, and how was that race?
Really good. I think the key of the race was the start. We saw the pressure on the left, so we picked it, and we felt really confident with our technique. And yeah, we handled the boat really good, and we are happy about this.
And Sophia, you started the day in 18th place, but you gotta make the top 10. So what a way to start the day. What was your strategy going into today? When I spoke to Julia, she said just keep it chill. Were you chill out there today?
Yeah. Keep it chill, and yeah, we made the first race. We were a good speed, and yeah, we know that we have it in our blood, so we have to continue like this.
And your Instagram handle is the Sicilian Blondies. You're obviously used to a little more sunny weather, but light winds seems to be your specialty. Am I right?
Yeah, light winds, it's our favorite conditions. But in Sicily, we also spend a lot of hours with strong winds and waves. So yeah, for us it's the same. We just do our best in every conditions.
And Sophia, the breeze is meant to pick up a little bit as the time goes by. Are you going to change anything if the breeze picks up?
Maybe if we'll increase a lot, yes, but for the moment we continue like this.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, girls. Good luck on the next one.
Bare arms for Julia, the crew. Can you imagine that? I mean, we're wearing everything we've got, Rebecca. She's made of tough stuff.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some badass crews out there, and I've seen plenty of them. Some are really putting all clothes on, and then we have Julia there that just bare arms, having everything for the muscles to be working. It is, as a crew, you can easily get cramps in your arms, so I know that it's many that prefer to not have really anything on the arms to really get the blood flowing and keeping the pressure on.
Especially some of the boys, they like showing off their guns, don't they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just showing it off.
Yeah, yeah. And why wouldn't you put all that effort in? You might as well make the most of it. But yeah, the Sicilian Blondes going extremely well, as they need to, because they're in 18th place going into today. That will have surely shot them up the rankings. Here's a replay of the start. Look at Norway's great start. I don't know where the Italians were. They're maybe off the other end. Oh, there they are. So they've got a really nice pin end start. So they were already well poked out in the early stages of the race. And Netherlands 644 doing well on this side, as we just saw. Norway 11, they were our early pick, certainly my early pick for success. But we weren't seeing how well the Italians were going on the far side of the racetrack. And there they are now. And they had a little bit of luck maybe, or maybe they just knew that the left-hand side was going to come in as strongly as it did. But once they got a clean in front of the fleet, no one was going to stop them. They say that light winds are their strongest suit, and they proved that in that race just now. Germany 22, Maru Schiel and Freya Felk amongst 5 very strong German squad team members here in the fleet of 25. These are the 25 best in the world. 5 of them are German, but the best on this occasion was from Italy.
Yeah, and I thought it was also interesting in the interview. You could see here already how the crew was still breathing from that last downwind. So I'm not sure how chill they were, but it seems to be working.
So even in these sort of light to moderate conditions, that's still hard work for the crew, is it?
Maybe even more, because like we talked about yesterday, it's constantly you have to be bending and working and really keeping tension on the main sheet, not giving anything away with a lot of kicker. So in some way it could even be more exhausting, because
you're trying to put as much tension into the sails as possible, and that's really working those arms quite hard.
Yeah, and it constantly changes because the wind is going up and down, so you adjust the kicker and sometimes maybe even add a bit of Cunningham, but then quickly taking it off and going up and down on the wire, working a really powerful kite sheet. And yeah, it's exhausting conditions.
Yeah. Well, Poland go round behind Germany, but we know that later on Poland overtakes Germany right at the finish, so that was a good game for them. But the Italians really were in a class of their own as they crossed the finish line well ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that must also be a good feeling after struggling a little bit earlier in the week. We saw them coming in the day in 18th place and really aiming for that top 10.
And you can see there's that last shot, there was quite a big gust on the left-hand side as we were looking at it. And I wonder if that's what helped Tidy and Black from Great Britain shoot up to 4th place overall, because I'm not sure where they were around that last mark, but it certainly wasn't 4th. So that was a really good game for them at the end. And we hardly spoke about them during the race, and then to get a 4th at the end. Well, that was a good game for them, and all these gains and losses all add up, and they become so important in the battle to make sure that they get into the top 10 for tomorrow's finals racing.
Yeah, we actually saw it's so many Germans, so it's hard to keep track of them, but we actually saw Germany 22 rounding the first top mark in second, and they finished 9th. So definitely something happened to them as well during that second lap of this race.
Right, okay. And there's our weather from the west, which means it's blowing across the peninsula, so that the peninsula shelters the race course and the sailors from the Atlantic, because on the other side of that peninsula is open ocean, and pretty flat water today. So let's get to know these characters a little bit better. We did a boat park walk around before the sailors got on the water earlier.
All right, we're going to have a little walk through the 49er FX Gold Fleet Boat Park to see a little bit how everyone's getting ready for today's racing. Hola, Pati.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good.
Nervous for today?
Nah.
You guys were leading at the start of the regatta, dropped a little places. Now, what position are you in?
I think that, I don't know, like 15, 16, something like that.
Can you still make it to the top?
Yeah, our goal today is to enter into the medal for tomorrow. So yeah, we are like full on.
Awesome. Let's chat to Melania over here. Let's see. Melania, what are you going to do to climb up to that top spot today?
Today I'm gonna give it all. Every maneuver I'm gonna give my best. So we will try to get into a medal race.
Keep the heart rate up. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's see, we've got loads of really, really talented boats here. Poland 14 also was in the Olympics. Really talented girls. Let's go have a chat with them. Oh, first, the Danish girls, Danish sisters. Hey, girls, how's it going? Ready for today?
Yeah, looking forward for some racing.
And what are you prepping right now? What are you working on?
Just sailing,
Sure that the boat is not
falling behind on this steep curve.
And what are you going to be looking out for today? Any strategies? Have you talked about it a bit?
Mostly just looking out the boat, keep the head out, and then sail fast.
You're in a good position. You're in third place, I believe, or second place? No?
Fourth place.
Okay, well, you're still in the top 10. So is that going to be the goal, to just stay in the top 10 or try and climb some spots?
Well, obviously we would like to climb some spots, but everything can happen on the water today because it's so difficult conditions. So we will just try to look out the boat and then see what happens.
Awesome. Good luck, girls. Thank you. I think it's time to go to the water, so I will see you out on the water, guys.
Hood, the media director for the 3 Olympic classes that we've got here, and I'm a big fan of Alexia. She does a fantastic job. She's been around this fleet now for probably getting on for 4 years, and she's really taken the media coverage of these 3 classes to a higher level, and she is a regular feature of the boat park in the 49 the FX and the Nacra 17 scene. Rebecca, we always want to make our boats go faster. If there was one thing that you could do to make the 49 FX go faster, what change would you make to it?
Maybe you could change the kite.
And do what with it?
I don't know.
Make
have
it bigger?
different kites for different conditions, or
Different kites for different conditions. Okay, that's your take. Let's hear what the sailors in the boat park, what their theories are.
If there would be no rules on the 49er, I would add an outboard engine with a lot of horsepower.
If there were no rules in 49er sailing, I would make a carbon hull.
I think if there were no rules, I would try and make it foiling.
If there would be no rules on the 49er, I would try to put foils.
Probably foils or just a full carbon fiber hull.
Okay, if there would be no rules on the 49er, I would add foils.
Surely out of all those answers, Floris van der Werken putting an outboard engine, I mean, he's thinking out of the box, isn't he? That's got to be the way to go, hasn't it?
yeah. And I was expecting many people to say foils as well. I mean, we're tending to like foiling more and more, but still, I think we have a boat in the 49er. It's great.
You want to keep it as it is?
I want to keep it as it is.
Yeah, well, it has evolved over the years. Well, certainly the 49er has. It's changed quite a bit since I was sailing it nearly 30 years ago. But fundamentally, things haven't changed too much. And yes, I agree. I don't think you should put foils on it. I think you should keep it as it is.
I agree. And we're already into race 3 with only 3 minutes to race 2 of the day, and we're having 3 minutes to start.
Okay, so we saw good starts from both ends of the line the previous time. Norway had a really nice start off this end of the line. They're booking their spot early, as are the Spanish. So those 2 teams are sticking with the same strategy. Sweden 77. Your ex-partner Vilma Bobek carrying on for another Olympic campaign with Ebba Berntsen. What do you think about their positioning right now?
I think it's a very classic Vilma positioning. She likes the committee boat, and it's just giving you the options all over the course to go left or go right. And yeah, she looks kind of comfortable up there.
So that was your favourite spot, was it, to be somewhere near the committee boat a lot of the time?
Yeah, we liked it up there. Then you had a good overview of the fleet and the race course.
So why would anyone think of starting at the pin end then, if you think the committee boat end is so strong?
Yeah, it definitely depends on the conditions. If it's a lot of pin bias or if it's more pressure on the left and you have to get there early, then for sure you have to go further down the starting line. But as a rule of thumb, we felt more comfortable up at the committee boat.
It gives you that ability to tack out early to the right and get onto port tack, more so than if you start at the pin end where you're a bit more committed to going left. That's the fundamental problem with the pin end, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, we saw the Italians starting kind of lonely at the pin end, and it worked out very good for them. So never say never. We also see now Odile 65, Holland 65, being here down at the pin together with the Belgian boat, was sitting in third place going into today. Struggled a little bit in the first race of the day and certainly looking for more space now.
So Adele van Aanholt, she was your primary rival and competitor in the last Olympic cycle. The Olympic champion is back again, but Annette Doets retired from racing after a fantastic winning a bronze medal in Tokyo and a gold medal in Paris 2024. So Adele is now sailing, or certainly for this week, sailing with Carlinda van Arendonk. And Carlinda is from the world of hockey and is a very recent convert to 49er FX sailing. So if you're wondering why the Olympic champion isn't doing quite so well this week, it's because she's sailing with a crew with very little FX experience. It's an incredible experiment. I think that team is going incredibly well considering they've only really just started sailing together. We'll come back to that story a little bit later because we've got 20 seconds to go. And Rebecca, they've got quite a long way to go. They're really holding back on this line right now.
Yeah, you can really see that C shape of the line, and it's definitely some opportunities there for the British, for the Danish to really punch forward and go for it for the line.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. And that surely will be a clear start. That was quite a conservative start by the fleet. And good acceleration off the line by Germany 10, Anna Bartz, and the 18-year-old Emma Koloff. Sweden 77, first out to the right-hand side, doing the unconventional port tack. Rebecca, how do you think that's shaping up for Sweden 77?
Yeah, we know it's a fast boat as soon as they both can be standing on the wire. So I think they're quite comfortable in the boat speed and looking for a bit of more space on this race course and just going fast in this early stage.
So we've got the silver and bronze medalists going out to that side of the course from last year's World Championships I'm referring to. And Netherlands 65, the reigning Olympic champion, Adele, who I just mentioned, really nice start just to windward of Belgium 18, who've also got a really nice start.
Yeah, we see the French here. They are being a little squeezed, just breathing a little bit there between the Belgium and the Dutch boat. And we could probably assume that they would tack soon to see to not lose too many meters to the bunch that is to windward of them.
Yes, I'm sure they're wondering, can they tack and get across Italy and some of the other boats that are further up the course. Italy 15, you can see right in the middle of the picture. You can just about pick them out. It's not the best start, but it's not a terrible start either for Italy, who won the previous race. Oh no, is that Italy?
Yeah,
no,
that's Italy. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm mixing up my... there was another one that had a similar look to it. This is the Canadians we're looking at now. Georgia and Antonia Lewin-LaFrance, and then just to leeward, Italy 15, winners of the previous race, struggling a little bit more. On the right of picture, Rebecca.
Yeah, that's just a beautiful shot of the Swedish sailing very fast, crossing over to the other side, just to cover up that fleet that we see further down the middle of our screen.
So this breeze is picking up and it's getting more into the comfort zone of the Swedish, who we know are fast as soon as they stretch their legs. And that was always your trademark strength when you were sailing with Vilma as well, Rebecca.
Yeah, we just really like to be stretching and putting that pressure in the boat and not be so gentle with the boat and really pushing it.
Yeah, you can be a bit more aggressive with your body movements.
Yes, exactly. And you see here how the crew is just, Antonia is stretching and really making her as tall as possible and doing gentle movements with the main sheet.
And why do people raise and lower themselves on the trapeze wire? What's the point of doing that?
Yeah, we're just getting getting better leverage to putting more pressure in the mainsail and pushing the boat forward.
So the lower you put yourself on the trapeze, the more power you can put into the sails. But the closer you are to jeopardy, because if you're running low to the water as well, if the wind suddenly drops, you haven't got as much reaction time.
No, exactly. So you need to make sure that you're either quick in your legs or pushing it comfortable standing. Oh,
Here's a classic thing where Denmark is only just ahead of Belgium, but it's going to be really expensive for Belgium because they're going to have to bear away behind 3 boats that Denmark got in front of, and now Belgium is down in the bad air of Denmark. So there you see a classic example of why the rich get richer. And Denmark 8, Rebecca Johannesson and Silja Serup Simonsen have suddenly made a big gain of Belgium 18, Isora Mainhout and Anouk Gertz. And it's little moments like that that can really ruin your race, or they can make your race.
Yeah, and we also saw just before Belgium had to go below that bunch, we actually saw how the Dutch Odile was trying to push through the boat, just didn't make it and ended up in the water and infringing Italy 20, had to make a turn. So that was a very costful centimeters for the Dutch boat.
Oh, crikey, I completely missed that. I'm glad you spotted that. So drama there for Odile and the Dutch. I don't know if we'll be able to get a highlights or a review of that further on in the race, or maybe after this race is finished, but that would be interesting to go back and look at.
Yeah, we see once again a very close crossing between the Norwegian boat and the German boat, with the Germans just going behind, but that was quick and safe, so no drama involved. But this race is really getting tight.
Yeah, there's no one quite running away with it yet. 2 Danish boats up on this side of the course. Denmark 41, Jenna May Seaton and Christina Andersen tacking into leeward of Denmark 8, front of our picture.
Yeah, and but we also saw in the race before, it's a lot of things happening at the top of this top mark, with the course being so close to land. And it's really important that you get the pressure all the way in. So the last pressure is kind of the winning boat coming into this top mark.
Okay, well, let's see how it plays out for the Danish on the left-hand side of the race course. And we haven't seen Sweden for a while. We saw Sweden doing very well earlier. I wonder how they're going to come in towards the top of the course.
Yeah, it looked like Sweden was taking one bounce back to the right-hand side, and by the looks of it now, it paid off to stay a bit more left on the course here with the 2 Danish boats, and the Canadian is a little further down to the left of our screen. We can't see them, but they looked very far forward in the last scene we saw them.
So are we looking at 2 races where the first beat has paid from the left on both occasions now?
Yes, the left, especially the top left, has looked very strong. This 3 upwinds that we've been seeing.
Quite a late tack from Denmark 8 there. They probably could have tacked a boat length or 2 sooner than they have, but it doesn't matter because they've got a nice lead as they go around the top. So Rebecca Johannesson, Silja Serup Simonsen taking the lead, and comes back to another good start for Denmark 8. Around go Denmark 41, Canada 71 going round in 3rd. So Canada somehow has come back far ahead of Sweden, because Canada was trailing Sweden. Italy 20, Spain 76, the reigning world champions, around in 5th. France 19, Germany 5, Germany 10. There's Sweden 77. Something went badly wrong for the Swedes because they were ahead of Canada, but Canada is now up in 3rd place.
Yeah, I think Canada was pushing a bit more to the left before they were making the decision to tack over and get to that ley line.
And I see way in the distance, France 63. They were leading the regatta coming into today. They didn't have a particularly great first race. And Manon Pere and Amélie Rieu, not a great race in this one. So our series leaders really struggling.
We also see in the left picture how the Danes are just full sending it and really stretching that lead out and putting themselves in a very comfortable position.
They're a team that I'm not really that familiar with, so I suspect this is a really good performance for them, but they are showing none of the wobbles that sometimes teams show when they find themselves up at the front of the fleet, wondering how they managed to get into the lead of a world championship race. Really smooth jibe, and the Danes looking very strong right now.
Yeah, by the looks of the mainsail, we can see they were 8th at the last Worlds in Cagliari, and
that's a good point. So
and we also, I see here that they were 24th actually at the Princess Sophia. So the season hasn't really been going their way, but now it definitely looks like it.
But you're absolutely right. That's one of the great things about the 49er, is that if you've got a single digit number on your mainsail, it's a sign of how well you did in the Worlds the previous year. So Denmark 8, as Rebecca says, 8th in the Worlds last year. Poland 14, I just saw a grab of them as they went round the women mark. So they were second in the previous race. Poland 14 are dead last in this race, and that tells you how difficult it is to be consistent in 49er FX racing.
Yeah, and this race started really tight there. We saw many crosses, port starboard, when boats had to make turns, and quick decision making in if to go in front or behind. But two boats that's really been sticking out now is the two Danish.
Just dropping themselves a little bit lower on the trapeze wires. That tells us that the breeze has picked up. They need a bit more power through the wire to be able to keep the sails in the optimum trim. So the breeze is picking up towards the bottom of the course, raising themselves up, getting ready for a jibe. Here goes the jibe crew hauling that sheet through, arm over arm. Are we seeing another bare-armed crew? So yes, again, the bare-armed crew, the fully armed, clothed helm, because the helms, they don't work that hard, do they, Rebecca? Not compared with you tough crews.
No, definitely not with their bodies. They are probably more working their mind and making sure that the life of the crew isn't too exhausting.
Yes, that's one of the best jobs the helm can do, because this is also quite an exhausting part of the race course, getting that kite down and then rounding up into the breeze. I know that in my Musto skiff I'm heaving for air at that point at the end of a drop. Denmark 41, have they managed to hold on to second? I don't think so. It looks like the Lewin-Lafrance sisters from Canada have managed to steal a spot round the inside. So Canada moves into second place and Denmark 41 has to settle for third. Looks like Italy 20 is going to be the first to go round the far mark on the left-hand side. And now we're getting to the busy part of the mark rounding. Spain, the reigning world champions, going round in fourth place. Paula Barcelo, double world champion as a crew, has made the switch to the back of the boat, already won her first world title as a helm. Incredibly versatile. Here's Italy 15 going on the left of our picture. Winners of the previous race, easy winners of the previous race, now showing that they are mortal as well, as they are struggling in the middle of the pack. One of the Dutch boats going round the inside there. I could just see the Allianz. I'm not sure which Dutch boat that is. That is Adele van Aanholt, the reigning Olympic champion. So she's not doing too badly, because she made a bit of a drop back after that error that she made up the first beat of this race. So I think she's had a good run.
Yeah, and I think she also ended up there on the left-hand side with that winning side coming into the top mark with a bit more pressure.
Right. Well, so Adele managing to keep her head out the boat and look for the opportunities. It's really hard to keep these boats going fast and at full speed. You really need to be looking forwards and looking at the bow of the boat or the trim of the sails. Every time you look around, it can really take away from your boat speed. And when you're sailing with a new crew, as Adele is with Carlinda, it must be even harder to keep the boat speed going. And today, Rebecca, would you agree it's a heads out of the boat kind of day?
Yeah, definitely. We saw here after the gate how 99% of the fleet was already on starboard tack and really pushing out to the left-hand side, and everyone sailing the same direction. So it's a big pressure coming, or we see a good shift.
Do you think there's any reason for Denmark 8 in the front of our picture to be worried about, say, the Italians on the far right?
No, I think they're in a comfortable position. I mean, they definitely did a split there at the gate, but the race course is still open, and I think they could be moding. If they have the right pressure, they could be moding and doing some ground to catch that up again.
Well, now is the moment of truth, because Italy 20, Jana Germani and Giorgio Bertuzzi have tacked. But as Rebecca says, it looks like Denmark can still be reasonably secure. But Italy 20, I think, doing moderately well from the left-hand side. And I'm starting to think that if I don't know too much about what's going on, I think hedging my bets, I would tend to choose left more than right at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment it really looks like it, and we have a different direction today than we had yesterday. And yesterday I talked to a few sailors after racing, especially with the Nacras, and they said we all wanted to go left and believed in the left, but it was actually the right paying off. But today it looks like another game.
Yeah, yeah. Different wind direction. Every day seems to be different here in Quiberon. One of the Danish boats, bottom of our screen. I don't know if...
I think that was the Schmidt sisters. That was fourth coming into today.
Denmark 13.
And it's a long way up to that top mark.
So Denmark 8 still leading this race. Rebecca Johannesson and Celia Serup Simonsen. And we saw that, there they are. The Danish doing pretty well in this race. They're first and third in the race at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a little bit the same with the Danish here as the we talked about the Germans earlier. It's 3 Danish teams in the in this fleet now, so it also indicates that they have a very strong home base, training all together and pushing each other to get better.
And I was wondering how there are so many students in Denmark who do Olympic campaigning. And then I heard that as a student, you earn 1,000 euros. It must be Danish kroner, but the equivalent of 1,000 euros a month to be a student, which for anyone in Britain who comes out of university after 3 years with a debt of about £50,000, that's a completely different approach to tertiary education. Anyway, sudden change in direction. What has happened there? Look at that wake. Big lift suddenly?
Yeah, it looked like they hit a different pressure there. They just were, it looked like they were ready to go into attack and just got lifted and didn't tack and now probably thinking, what should we do? It was also fun to see. We had the drone very close up and you could see some big smiles on that boat.
Oh, right. Yes, absolutely. But that's really unusual to see such a sudden turn like that. It was so you think they were just about to go into attack and then the breeze changed? It
looked like they were getting ready and covering, because now they made quite a split to the rest of the fleet, which we definitely didn't see the Italians do before. They really wanted to be close to the fleet, making sure that they were in the same pressure. These girls have a bit more confidence and see something that we don't see here on the left. We also knew the top left was very strong the other races, and yeah, they're just believing in what they see and going for it.
Can almost read what the name of the boat is. Smooth something on the back of the boat. Smooth Operator, is it?
Yeah, it actually
Smooth
looks
Operator.
like it.
Well, that's pretty. That's a pretty fair description of them right now, isn't it?
Yeah, we also get a nice view of the sails here. They're putting up a flatter setup, reeling, getting low drag into that mainsail in these flat conditions.
Do you name your boats?
Yeah, we have been naming all our boats. Is very important. When I sailed together with Clara, we actually had boys because we thought it was boy names, because we thought it was enough girls in the team.
Okay.
And we called them all Glenn.
Call them Glenn?
Yeah.
Why Glenn?
Because everyone in Gothenburg is called Glenn.
Really?
Back in the old days, it was a very successful football team, and they were all named Glenn.
Okay. So is it still a popular name now in Sweden?
No, now I wouldn't say anyone is really called Glenn anymore, but it was a...
Are you keeping the Glens alive?
The Glen was alive, and with Vilma, we went for more good vibes and happy names.
Right. Give me an example.
Yeah, our Olympic boat was called Dancing Queen.
Oh, yes, okay.
And then every time we heard Dancing Queen, it was giving us a good vibe.
Excellent, excellent. Did you have a song for the day? Because I know that some teams do have a song for the day. They've sort of got a rhythm in their head and bring out a song.
Sometimes, not always.
Yeah.
More event songs.
Okay, one for the week.
One for the week. And we're actually seeing the final approach here from the Danish boat. just coming to the top mark, and it's not the mark that we see in the motorboat, luckily.
So do you think they've moved marks? Was that the old windward mark and they've got a new one and there's been a slight change of course?
Yeah, it looks like here we're coming to the yellow mark, which is a different top mark than we've seen before. So it's been a change, and we even see a jibe set.
Okay, so this tells us that that's why there was a change of course. It's been that significant, and clearly it's very obvious to these Danish girls that the jibe set and the left-hand side of the course looking downwind is the place to be.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what the other Danish do now. We couldn't really see what they were doing there now, if they also went for the jibe set.
Italy 20 round behind 2 Danish boats, and then one of the German boats about to go round in 4th, and Canada, who had got up into 2nd, is now back to 5th. So quite a bit of place changing still going on.
Yeah, we're seeing quite an aggressive move here from the Danes. A little bit like before, they're going for what they see, and they are so far the only boat that's been jibe setting, which is kind of unusual for a leading boat on this final downwind.
That makes me nervous. If I've made that call, I want people to follow me, so I'll be looking over my shoulder as Denmark 8, thinking, have I made the right move or not? But they've suddenly done a bit of a right-hand turn there. The breeze has picked up, and I think it looks like their decision might have been vindicated. Sweden 77 in the middle of the picture on the right of your screen. They're not having a great race. They started so well. They were looking so good halfway up the first beat of this race, but they're back in the pack again.
Ooh, Spanish really squeezing in there in front of the Swedes, not giving any extra meters away.
Italy 15 are winners of the previous race back there, and Adil van Aanholt back there, Netherlands 65. So everyone of all calibers are struggling. France 63, our series leaders going into today, having another difficult race. I suspect France 63 will lose the overall lead after these first 2 races. Poland 14 were dead last. They have made up a couple of places, and they've gone for the early jibe set as well.
Now we've seen both sides been jibing, so we'll get across to see how brave the Danish were. Right now it looks like they're still in a very comfortable position as they are heading down to that final finish.
And it still looks all right for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, we could just see the boats being there on the left side, and it looks like this was the right decision, and as they have been having good pressure all the way down.
As things stand, it should be a lead change with Spain, the reigning world champions, taking the lead, and Germany 55 moving to roughly tied on first. So that's the update. That surprises me. I didn't realise Spain was having such a good day, but Paula Barcelo and Maria Cantero must be sailing consistently if that's the case. But that's what my spy tells me. I haven't done those maths for myself yet.
Oh, you mean the total standing?
Sorry, total overall.
Yeah, and right now we're still following the Danish boat that is having quite a comfortable lead, still heading down to that finish line. Still being able to fully pressing the boat and really keeping that speed up.
What I see with their ponytails is that when the ponytails are going upwind, they're whipping around quite strongly, but downwind, the ponytails are hanging around and they're not blowing as hard in the breeze, are they? And that's because of the difference in apparent wind.
Yeah, exactly. Good ponytail indicator. And now we're finally getting a bit of a more overview of all these boats, and we can see Denmark and Italy.
So they're going past the 2 white leeward gate marks because we don't need to worry about them on the second downwind, but that tells us that we're not too far off the finish line of this second race of the afternoon. We're going to be bringing you 3 races in the 49er FX, and I wonder if we'll see 3 different winners, because the winner of the second race this afternoon are the Danes, Denmark 8, Rebecca Johannesson and Celia Serup Simonsen, absolute masterclass in how to handle these conditions, these tricky light to moderate conditions, looking really strong. Great start, and another good performance by another Danish boat, Denmark 41, Jenna May Seaton and Christina Andersen taking back second after having briefly lost that to the Canadians. Coming third across the line, it's Italy 20, and that is Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. Jana Germani, I shared a rental car with her, and we flew the exact same route from Bermuda for Sail GP last weekend, where she is strategist on board Red Bull Italy. So she's had a busy last weekend and doing a completely different style of sailing this weekend. Germany 55, Marla Bergman and Hannah Veal, one of the light wind specialists. And the Canadians, they were in second at one point in that race, but still not a bad performance for Georgia and Antonia Lewin-LaFrance from Canada. Bit of a gap back to the next. And on the right-hand side, Rebecca, someone struggling with the blue Jenica.
Oh, yeah. It looks like they were overestimating that ley line and just really have to stretch those legs extra, and it will be photo finish between them and the Germany 22, and that looks like the Spanish.
Could be the Spanish world champions. So slightly overcooked the ley line, but their boat handling skills got them out of it, and they managed to just get across the line. But as to who got who in that photo finish, we're not quite sure.
It looks like the German boat actually just finished a few must have been centimeters before that Spanish boat.
Okay, but even so, we hear that Spain 76 might have taken the overall lead in this championship. So the defending world champions on course possibly for another title if they can keep up the good work. There's Italy 15 just crossing the line, winners of the previous race. Sweden 77 coming across behind France 63, who were leading going into today. And Netherlands 65, the reigning Olympic champion, Adil, sailing with her new crew, who's come in from the world of hockey to learn the ropes in the FX. That's Carlinda van Arendonk. And, well, there's no dummies in this fleet, are there?
No, they're all coming here together, crossing that finish line. We saw another photo finish there with the German 10 and Dutch 65, and it was Germany winning that battle.
Denmark well represented at the front of that race, and Germany also well represented with 3 of their 5 competitive teams in the top 10. And it was indeed 7th place, just missing out on the photo finish with the Germans Schiel and Felker, but Barcelo and Cantero, we hear, may well have moved into the overall lead. So let's go to a replay of that race. Let's see how things played out and where those winning moves were made. And here we are, the Spanish world champions coming off the line, slightly back on Germany 10. Sweden 77, one of those to start on port. And out at this end of the line, nice start for Belgium 18 off the pin end. Some of the port tack starters passing behind.
Yeah, there we see as well again one of the port pin end boats coming up first at that top mark. We saw Denmark 8 being 3rd boat to windward there, starting at the pin end.
Belgium 18 just tacking here. We're coming to this point in the race that you highlighted earlier, Rebecca. I wonder if we're going to see this moment. So let's look at...
Yeah, now we see already how they have to go and do the turnaround.
So on the right of your picture, Netherlands 65 doing a penalty turn. Canada looking good in these early stages of the race, but here Denmark 8 manages to go round the top mark in first place. And as we so often see, when a boat goes round in the lead, it often extends and dominates the race. Italy 20 going round in the top few. Nice technique. We've talked about the bare arms of the crews and the covered up arms of the helm, reflecting the different workloads that the helm and the crew put in. Really nice choreography across the boat.
Yeah, really nice crew work there, getting the kite over and having a very low, stable position in maximizing that sheeting angle.
Getting back on the upwind leg. Canada just sneaking on the inside of Denmark 41. And Denmark 8 stretching away up the second windward leg. Smooth Operator, the name of their boat, and the mark of a well-coordinated team. Both bending in there when the lull hits.
And here we just see how they were extending their lead all around the course. And even with that brave move, as we thought, jibe setting on the last downwind, we just saw how they were sailing away from the rest of the fleet.
Not afraid to make difficult decisions. And they went with their gut, and it worked out well.
We also know that the Danish are training a lot in Aarhus, and as we've had World Championships and Europeans there, we all know that it's shifty and tricky conditions. You really have to believe in your own decision making.
Yeah, and that's one of the hardest things to learn is dealing with the vagaries of the wind, and thinking about Adil's new crew who's come from a completely different sport. I feel that the biggest challenge for people without a sailing background from their childhood, learning that sense of the wind and what the wind is doing, having that sixth sense for it, that's the hardest thing to learn, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually think that her new crew was sailing a bit of optimist. I was getting a bit of insights, and she has been sailing, just not competing so much. So that definitely must be helping, otherwise it would be a hard step coming from being not so much on the water and in the winds.
I'm getting some updates about Sweden 77. They were doing so well early in the race, but took another tack to the right middle and then missed the top left shift that the rest got, and that's why they were so far back after looking good early on in the race. And that's more or less, I think, what you thought had happened to them as well, wasn't it, Rebecca?
Yeah, and it looks like the Canadian boat were sticking in a bit more, going left and really getting to that pressure.
Well, let's throw to the water and see if we've got an interview with our new race winners.
For you?
It was a bit difficult. It's very shifty, and you really have to keep calm and try to sail your own race and not get too distracted about the others. But we just really had a good start and managed to keep it simple and tag on the lifts.
And you maybe didn't have such a great race in the earlier one, but you definitely came back. How do you change your mindset after a bad race, kind of reset to zero?
I think one thing we did different was to focus on a better start, where we had more opportunities and we weren't last from the start as we were in the first race. So yeah, just get a good start where we wanted to be on the course and then keep it simple, as Rebecca said. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you girls can make it to the top 10. One more race to go. Good luck.
Looks a bit difficult, but we'll just try to enjoy the last bit of racing.
Enjoy it most of all.
Yeah.
Thank you, girls. Good luck.
Thank you.
Don't get too distracted by what the other boats are doing, and that's what we saw them do, wasn't it? They decided to do the jibe set. Maybe they thought others were going to do the jibe set as well, but sailing their own race, it's easier said than done. It's easy to look at more accomplished sailors, people that have won world championships or Olympic medals, and start second guessing, thinking, oh, if they're going that way, maybe I should do. But maybe all that training in Aarhus, all that shifty stuff, sets them up well for that mental strength that they need out there. What do you think, Rebecca?
Yeah, definitely. And what they also said, as the earlier race winner Italy said, was to keep cool and be chill. But it's definitely easier said than done on a day like today.
They're obviously really chuffed with that race win. It's such an amazing feeling. Do you remember the first time that you won a race in a world championship?
Oh, I actually don't, but
Really?
no, I don't. But it must have been there in Canada, and I know that we've been winning a few races before, and it took a while for that race win to come. But I remember that both Vilma and I said that it felt really good to finally be crossing that finish line first.
Nice. Well, it must be an incredible moment, an amazing milestone in your career, and then it becomes hopefully a bit of a routine and a habit after that, but not for everybody, does it?
No, and I definitely think we talk a lot about in sailing that we have to cross that finish line with kind of the same feeling, a little bit like we talked about yesterday. You shouldn't be able to see what kind of race it was, but it is definitely a more shoulders down when you're crossing the finish line first than last.
Well, let's find out about some other high performance. We've got another interview on the water.
We're here with Paula and Maria. Girls, you're having such a good regatta so far. I think you managed to take the lead once again from the French. Tell us how this day has been going for you.
Today has been very, very difficult, probably the trickiest day. The wind is very unstable and there's like huge pressures and then huge like calms. So it's hard to keep patient and keep calm, but I think we're trying to do our best and we are pretty regular on our results, so and consistent. So let's see how it goes the last one. We will try the same.
And Maria, I would love to have a microphone on your boat and know what you guys talk about, what goes on the boat. And
I don't think you want to have it. No, it's all good. I think we're just trying to keep each other calm because as Paula was saying, the day is quite hard, quite shifty, quite unstable. She needs to have her head out. So I'm trying to be the calm one on the boat, but I don't know if I'm managing it.
So she's got the head out. And what are you doing on the boat?
Trying to keep the boat going while she can look out.
All right. And one more race to go. What are you going to try and do in the next one?
Just keep the same, consistent, try to be fast and having the head out. So same.
Yeah. All right. Good luck, girls.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the Spanish always have a lot to say, I find. I feel like there's not enough hours in the day for how much Spanish people have to say to each other. I don't know if that's been your experience.
Yeah, probably. And their smiles, there's just, it's giving me a big smile on their face. I know that they're talking a lot about enjoying sailing together so much. And it must be really helpful. Paula knows exactly how it is to be the crew and doing that hard work. And now really can let Maria shine.
Yeah, 2 world titles as a crew and now 1 world title already as a helm. Paula Barcelo is also a fully qualified doctor as well, and when she's not doing this, she tries to put a couple of days in a week practicing as a doctor part-time. So multi-talented woman, and they've gelled so quickly, Maria Cantero and Paula Barcelo. And they've got Xabi Fernandez, the gold and silver medalist, former world champion in the 49er, America's Cup sailor, round the world sailor. He's in the coach boat, so they've got great backup in the coach boat as well. We've got 1 minute to go. Which end of the line are you going to pick to win this final FX race of the afternoon, Rebecca?
Yeah, I mean, even though I like to be closer to the committee boat, we've clearly seen that the pin end has been the place to be. This 2 races that we already watched, both winners of the race were starting close to the pin end, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see anyone down there to be first at the top mark in this next one. Well,
Belgium clearly likes this because they got the pin in the previous race, so Isora Mainhout and Anouk Gertz sticking with the pin end. But we're still not seeing many of the other front runners there. There's Italy 15, winner of the first race this afternoon, just doing a back out, doing a reverse with 15 seconds to go. I'm not sure if they needed to do that.
No, we're just seeing the boats really loading now, preparing the kicker and putting the maximum pressure in the boat before the start.
And here comes the acceleration. 3, 2, 1, go! And I think it will be a clear start. Looks like it is a clear start. Poland 14 breaking out to the right-hand side with a port tack start underneath the fleet, along with France 19 and the Canadian sisters, who are really liking the right-hand side of these starts. And look at Denmark 13, I think it is. The Schmidt sisters port tacking out of the middle of the start. So an amazing start by the Schmidt sisters. And are we going to see yet another Danish team come to the fore? Because that's my favourite kind of start. If you can break through out of the middle of the start on port tack, that is a phenomenal achievement in itself. And that's already put the Danes in the middle of our picture, just in the distance, out into clear air.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also saw some other port tack boats, but the one sticking out is really that Denmark 13 that was punching through the fleet in the middle and just putting themselves in a good position to start this race.
And they're the most right hand in this image that we see now. So the Danes looking really good. The Schmidt sisters, who were fourth coming into the day, Johanna and Andrea, going really nicely just to the right of our screen now. There we are. And very patriotic pro grip they've got in the bottom of that boat. That's a well-branded Danish boat, isn't it?
Yeah, and I would guess this is also the boat they were using at the games, really getting that Danish feeling and feeling the support from their country.
You would thoroughly approve of this colour coordination, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, they're also sisters, so they kind of look a little bit the same. So
they've even got coordinated names on the entry list.
Exactly, so they've been really taking it to a further level, and it's just see how a little bit how the roles are divided by looking at this picture. We saw the crew really stretching out, working that main sheet, and the helm looking up a bit more, making sure they're going the right direction. Nice
tack there by Denmark 13. Looks like they're going to cross the German boat, Germany 5.
That's Sophie Steinland and Kati Bartelheimer. Also kind of a new team together. They just sailed 1 year together, but already been showing that they are a German boat that we can't miss out on.
So there's the stats. 7th at last year's Worlds for the Schmidt sisters. So they could have had 7 on their sail. They've decided to stick with unlucky 13 on the Danish sail instead, and it's not being too unlucky for them right now. They're looking pretty good. Spain 73 tacking. Are they going to get across? Oh no, we've switched. Oh, there we are.
Oh, it looks like a tight
Are they going to
one.
get across Germany 696? Yes, they have managed to, and so has Belgium 18. And this has been, well, actually, I was going to say the strong side, but Rebecca, it's a bit more subtle than that, isn't it? It's the top of the course where left becomes strong. So just because you're doing well on the left at the moment doesn't necessarily mean you're in the perfect place on this race course.
No, exactly. And by looking at the tracking, it looked like the right-hand side boats going out right on that first upwind really looked strong. But as we've seen on this race course before, it's all about that top left and making sure you get there. And it's been looking good on the right, but it's also been looking like it's been hard to get away from the right. You really struggle to get back in the course and getting to that top mark.
That's Great Britain in the middle of our picture. Freya Black and Saskia Tidy were leading this regatta a couple of days ago. They're struggling a little bit today, and I've got a message from one of the coaches out there actually, Alan Sine. It's a day to be in the rib and not sailing. It's hard. So Alan Sine, who went to the Rio Games with Dylan Fletcher in the 49er for Great Britain and retired after the Rio Games, or went into coaching, says he's quite happy where he is today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and that's definitely what we've been seeing. Big patches on the water and shifts and pressure only coming to a few boats, even though they've been very close together. So it's definitely a day to be watching.
And there's that dark stretch of water going sort of horizontally across sort of top third of the screen. There is a line of breeze there, and I wonder if Denmark 13 is just out of it, but might just be coming into it now.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see the Danish boats actually being in the front here because of where they're coming from in Aarhus, where it is a lot of pressure differences and shifts, and so you all the time have to be looking out for the next pressure.
It's looking close. Denmark 13 winning their side of the racetrack, but there are others coming in strongly from the far side, so they haven't got it all their own way. There is Germany 22 just ducking, for example. But there are others that are going to come into view. So the Schmidt sisters have still got a battle on their hands.
Yeah, and as we can see here, it looks kind of quite strong coming in from that left-hand side. We see the France 84, Norway 11, and then it must be the Spanish below them. That, yeah, exactly. That is just sending it there on the left-hand side in front.
What
of the
a
right
beautiful
side.
picture there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. We also see how closely they stand with the feet, but still getting a bit of space for the crew to be working with that main sheet.
And probably a lot of chatter going on board that Spanish boat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not silent.
What do you think they're talking about? Is it sailing related?
Yeah, definitely. Like now it's all about the approach to that top mark and talking about the ley line and putting that ley line correctly to close the door for the Norwegian boat we see here on the left of our screen, so they don't even think about tacking in front. It looks like they will just be in front anyway, but they're definitely giving them a decision to be tacking inside or not when they're on that ley line.
I thought the Spanish a little bit overtacked the ley line, but it's given them plenty to work with. But is Norway going to be able to sneak in ahead? And meanwhile, there's another Spanish boat, 73, and France 84, who have got in ahead. So France 84, Chloé Reville and Alban Dubois are going to go round in the lead. Norway's going to have to tack. This could be expensive for Norway, but it looks like there will be a spot for them to go round in fifth. Two Spanish boats. Sorry, you go, Rebecca.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Spanish did so good. Talking about that ley line to really hitting it for it to be a question for Norway. Should we try and go inside, or should they have just been gone outside straight away?
Yeah, so a little bit of an expensive mistake there, but the Norwegians still going round in fifth place. But bit of a messy hoist back there for somebody in the red Jenica. Meanwhile, France 84 going nicely here. Will this be another stretch away win for a third team this afternoon? We haven't had much to say about the French so far today, but Chloé Reville and Alban Dubois doing well in this race. Rebecca, I don't know if you saw those extraordinary pictures of France 84, and I'm trying to think of the other team that got caught up with a cruising boat on that really windy day.
Yeah, it's incredible that no one got injured and that it was just a bit of boat repair going into that after that situation. Pictures, it looked very, very bad.
Yeah, we can come back to that. There are France 63, our leaders going into today, going round, and I'm sorry to say Sweden 77 was a long way at the back. The Swedes are really struggling in today's conditions.
Yeah, and here we also get to see the Schmidt sisters that
I thought they were going to do so much better.
Yeah, with that great start, it's definitely a course, but that is different. But we see it was this left boats actually winning in the end, even though it looked so good on the right early on in the stage.
So my friend in the coach boat, Alan Syne, who says it's that hard out there. It's not that hard. You just go left, isn't it? With the great benefit of hindsight, if you'd have gone left all day, it wouldn't have been too bad, would it?
No, it's probably looking like it's not so great on the left. Bottom left is probably not looking that good, and that's why people are constantly considering that right side. But it's been all about the top left and getting that pressure that's been laying there.
But I think you're right. It's threading together right-hand side at the bottom of the course and then picking your moment to go across to the left for the second half of the leg. France 84 going into a jibe, simultaneous jibe with Spain 73. That's Alicia Fras and Elena Barrio Garcia.
Yeah, here we can also see the dark patches on the water, how different they are, and you really have to be good keeping your eyes out of the boat.
Unusual colour of Jenica on the French boat, sort of a greyish colour.
Yeah, I saw it actually the other day. The first time it looked almost a bit old, even though you could see it was a new Jenica, and I have to say it's not my favourite colour of kite so far, but it looks like it's fast right now, so that's all what it's about.
But so is this blue kite going really quickly as well, and is this the Spanish coming in? Spain 76. Is this the reigning world champions? Looks like they've had a really good run. And already around the Lua gate. And so there's been a lead change. And Spain, 76, last year's winners of the Worlds, currently leading overall in these Worlds after already a good performance, are only going to extend their overall lead if they can hold in onto a race win here. And this increasing breeze, I would have thought, is going to play into the hands of the Spanish. They're going to be comfortable in this stuff.
Yeah, it's incredible to see. They were a bit unhappy after that windy day, capsizing so many times, and not even in the hard maneuvers, as they said, but they've just stuck to it and been improving every day and not giving up that world title.
That's amazing, isn't it? They capsized, Paula told me, maybe 5 or 6 times that day. She'd almost lost count. How can you ever win a world title having capsized 5 or 6 times? That's quite an amazing statistic. I mean, obviously they haven't won yet, but they've moved into the lead despite 5 or 6 capsizes 2 days ago. Here are the British, Freya Black and Saskia Tidy. They've had their moments this week. They are right on the cusp of the top 10. Remember, it's all about breaking into the top 10 tomorrow, because only the top 10 will go through. And at the moment, the British are 9th as things stand. Canada are 10th. And Italy's, well, 2 Italians actually, 11th and 12th. Italy 20 and Italy 15. And in 13th, Vilma Bobeck and Ebba Berntsen. And with the race that the Swedish are having right now, I fear that they are going to be struggling to break into top 10 for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely a battle there at the cut, because everyone wants to go into the top 10. And on a day like today, where the shift and the pressures are so big, it must be very mentally tough to be pushing.
And do you think that we'll see a flurry of protests with people pushing every marginal possible gain, possibly in the protest room this evening?
I'm not sure. I think the girls in general aren't so much of protesters. But when it comes to it, we often see it after where the qualifying, where we're going to go into the gold fleet and also in for the finals. We haven't seen so many accidents today, but it's definitely been a few situations where people will have opinions.
Yes, yeah. There does tend to be an increase of activity in the jury room when you've got these cut-off points like we do this evening. But let's hope for the jury's sake they don't have to work too hard. And Sweden 77, just outside the top 10 at the moment. They really need a good final race. And here they are.
Yeah, they need a private gust and shift to be able to catch up with the rest of the fleet to actually make that golden top 10 and to be in for the medals tomorrow. And with the new system, it's also a bit extra exciting, because as long as you're in the top 10, really anything can happen.
Yeah, you obviously got to sail exceptionally well and have a few things go wrong for the leaders if you're going to win the gold medal from 10th position in the final day. So you'd still rather be Spain 76 in the overall lead going into the final day. But it is good that the new system does leave the door open. What we know for sure is that Spain 76 or anybody else will not have wrapped up the gold medal with a day to spare, which was always possible with a medal race that we've had for the last 20 or so years of Olympic competition.
Yeah, and here we just see how the Spanish, they've been really stretching out that lead, as we can have seen all the other races. As soon as someone is getting a bit in front, how they can sail the boat with a bit more confidence and really lean against it and go fast.
And these moments, they must be so enjoyable. They've got enough space around them that they don't have to do anything too special. They've just got to keep sailing the boat fast and sailing it well. And, well, Paula Barcelo, I don't know Maria so well, but Paula's always got a smile on her face. No matter what's going on in her life, she's always smiling.
Yeah, and it's an interesting move here. I was thinking, I was kind of waiting for them to tack. We could see on the screen just before we only zoomed in on the Spanish that the rest of the fleet actually tacked out again to cash home even a bit more of that left side, even though we can see that they are very close to that ley line on the left. But it really says that we've been little bit right here from the commentary booth that the top left has been paying off the whole day, and the Spanish don't open the door for anyone to pass them now.
Do you not think that... Oh, so where they've tacked, you think they can still successfully defend the left? I thought maybe they were looking at that they're going a bit too far right. But let's just talk about these guys, because here's another duo from Great Britain, Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, who are fighting for a position in the top 10. They need a good final race to secure their spot, and they are right on the margins.
Yeah, and I mean, they sailed so well earlier in the week, and we're even having the yellow bibs for a while, and that's also what this week has been about. I think we have seen almost new leaders every day, so the fleet is really, really tight, and you really have to perform every day to be keeping that yellow bib.
And yes, I can hardly think of a more all-round test than what we've seen this week. We've seen absolutely everything, and after this race, if we have enough time to show you the highlights from day 3, that will show you a very different type of racetrack that we saw 48 hours ago. Spain on the right of picture. I think that's our Spanish leaders, unless it's the other one. No, that is the leaders. So this is Paula Barcelo and Maria Cantero already seizing the overall lead of the competition and now dominating this race, having moved ahead of the French team, France 84, who were the early leaders. Smooth tack by Spain.
Yeah, and I actually think they are heading towards the top mark. I'm not sure, but it should come a top mark close. Yeah, there it is. And they just did that extra tack out to the left to really secure that lead around that mark.
They've really stretched away, considering that they only just stole the lead from France 84 at the bottom of this leg. They have really stretched their legs, and it's a straight set with the blue Jenica. Paolo Barcelo looking over her shoulder, just seeing where the competition is, and probably reassuring herself that they've got a really nice lead at the moment.
Yeah, and I think you can almost see that she's been crewing for many, many years, because you saw straight away after the hoist how she was really fully stretching, and you normally see the crew being very fully stretched, and the helm being a bit more upright looking around. It looked just like she enjoyed being that fully stretched as well, and being confident in the decision and just going fast.
There were the previous leaders, France 84. They've dropped back quite a bit. I think maybe they're going for a jibe set there. They've just gone out of view. Spain 21 going around. Then Denmark, 8 winners of the previous race. Just inside the top 10 probably in this race. Netherlands 644 has just gone round and done a straight set. Followed by... This is Adil van Aanholt, Netherlands 65, the Olympic champion.
Oh, this will be a tricky situation here for the Germans coming in from the left, just finding that extra space to get around.
Just about getting away with it. Yes. 2 more Danish boats going around, 41 and 13. And now Germany 696, followed by Italy 20, Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. But where are Great Britain and where are Sweden? These are the boats that we're looking for, because they need a good race.
I think Great Britain is just coming around, but we still can't see any Swedes so far.
So Great Britain going around, but in the back few, and it's really bad news for Sweden, because I don't think we've seen them yet.
No, they will be really devastating with this result. Being so far behind when they needed to be in front to really secure that top 10 position.
Now they're going straight set. I thought just for the sake of it they might go for a jibe set just to split with the fleet, but maybe they see so much benefit on this side of the course that it's not even worth going for the jibe set. But I can't see any way back in for Sweden here.
No, it looks doesn't look great actually, and it's a shame. They've been sailing so good earlier in the week, and especially on that windy day, really battling it out there. But it was kind of interesting, the shots before, how it was almost like a countdown for everyone to drive. So must be something coming on that side, on the right side, looking upwind now, because there was so many boats driving at the same time in the middle of the course.
Yeah, so actually maybe on that windward leg, maybe it did pay to go right, because it's been such a go left course. Or do you think it's only just come in time for this run? I don't know, but it's the left has tended to be the stronger play, but the way that this breeze has shifted, I can't help thinking that maybe going right would be the place to go at the moment.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see when they all come down to the finish line and see if it actually was a gain. But it was definitely something that many of the boats saw and really wanted to change side of the course.
That was 2 quick jibes for the Spanish, and there it is. And the feeling doesn't get old, even for Paula Barcelo, double winner of a world championship as a crew, won her first worlds as a helm, with Maria Cantero winning her first worlds last year in Sardinia. They've moved into the overall lead, and just as they move into the overall lead in the championship, they go and win a race. So they will have extended even more at the top of the leaderboard, and they will go into the final day wearing the yellow bibs and very much in control of this championship, with just 2 more races to go in the finals racing tomorrow.
Yeah, we also know they've been working very hard doing double sessions at home in Santander, really to fast track that learning curve to be battling now at these World Championships.
There's a real close battle here between Canada and Great Britain as to who's going to grab the 10th spot, between Freya Black and Saskia Tidy from Great Britain and the Lewin-Lefrance sisters. And I'm not sure I'm going to be able to give you an immediate update on which way that's gone, but it's a real tight battle between Canada and Great Britain.
Yeah, and I can see here on the tracking that they are just next to each other, battling it out, and Canada looks in front right now. I'm not sure that's going to be enough, but it's definitely extra exciting that they are sailing just next to each other.
2 teams that would both fully expect to be in the top 10, and they'll be kicking themselves that they're even on the cusp of fighting for the top 10. They both consider themselves to be better than that, and the Lewin-Lefrance sisters won a bronze medal last year in Sardinia, and Freya Black and Saskia Tidy have had a 5th in the Worlds in the past. I think maybe that's their highest result, but they consider themselves easy top 10 competitors.
Oh, we actually see as well Sweden's been gaining a few boats. I'm not sure they're gained just enough, but we can see them on the right side of the screen. So just a glimpse of it. So it was actually a gain for them going straight.
So Canada, we think, because of Sweden might be the difference actually. Sweden is not in the top 10. They've not done enough for that, but they may have done enough by inserting themselves between Canada and Great Britain to hand that spot to the Canadian sisters. And I don't know if the British will know this, but Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, yeah, I don't know how much you can read from the body language.
No, I think in general they must be disappointed with the day. I talked to them before, and they were definitely excited to go out racing earlier today.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be disappointment for Great Britain, just missing out.
Yeah, and a little bit like we talked about the other day, it's the last race feeling you really want to end the regatta on a high.
You do, don't you? But certainly coming to the concluding stages of this regatta, they're on a high. Paula Barcelo, Maria Cantero winning that race ahead of Belgium's Isura Mainhout and Anouk Gertz, and then Norway's Pia Andersen and Nora Edlund ahead of Spain 73, Frasen, Barrio Garcia. So there must have been quite a bit of place changing going on behind the Spanish, because things have switched around quite a bit from what I can see. But Spain taking the lead from France 84 at the leeward mark, and after that it looked pretty straightforward for them.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what we kind of been seeing the whole day. It's never over until it's over. When you get the lead and get a few meters in front and can play a little safe, as safe as you dare to do on a race course like today, then it's really paying off to just be a little cool and sailing the boat fast and making sure that you're between the fleet and the mark.
Well, we hopefully won't have to wait too long before we get into the 49er men's racing. That's the conclusion of the FX racing for today. Let's get a replay of that last race and see how Spain won the last FX race of the afternoon. So off the line, Germany 5, reasonable start on starboard, Poland 14 and France 19, and Canada coming out on port. There's Spain 73, but that's not the one that ended up winning the race. Belgium 18 ended up second in the race, and we've talked about the power of the left for so much of this afternoon. Well, that certainly generally has worked for Maynard and Gertz. They've had mostly a good day today. And France 84, in the middle of that last picture, they were the early leaders. We thought Denmark 13 were going to be looking good at the top of the course, but as we've seen in previous races, being on the right towards the top of the windward leg was not always the best place to be. And it was the boats like Belgium 18 that went out to the left that tended to do better.
Yeah, I felt like you needed to be brave on today's race course and really believing in that top left, because it was many times it looked better to be starting off on the right side and then really struggle to cross that race course and come to the left side.
And when you take that pain in the middle of the racetrack, that's always a difficult decision, knowing when to do that and when to get the opportunity to do that. France 84, the early leaders.
Yeah, it looks like this will be our Spanish boat, so they were really not in the first batch there at the first top mark, but really battled the downwinds and the shifts there on the second upwind. Oh, there they are. Actually further forward than I thought. Seeing the shifts there in the middle and really pushing the others all the way around the course.
Going for that earlier jibe than the French leaders, and that was enough to put Spain into the lead by the bottom of the course. And once Spain got in the lead, just extended away. There is Sweden 77, really struggling today and not being able to make the final 10. Spain 76, and then GBR 24 fighting hard with Canada to try and get that last 10th spot to go into the finals racing tomorrow. And here are the Spanish on the final run, and you can see the gap back to the next gaggle of boats, second, third and fourth. Spain 73 going round, followed by former leaders France 84. And then we're looking, you can see the Union Jack of the Great Britain boat on port tack, just about to tack onto starboard. And that battle builds between Canada and Great Britain. And the final run into the finish, still fighting for every position. But the Spanish celebrating with a race win and moving comfortably into the overall lead of this championship. Last few coming across the line, and that is back to the live image, and we see some of the 49ers getting ready for their racing. We're going to have 3 of their races this afternoon. Let's go to highlights of day 3, because that's been some of my favourite footage of the regatta so far, and when you see it you'll understand why. Day 3 in Quiberon, and for the competitors in the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships, this was the biggest, nastiest, hardest, toughest day yet. In the 49er FX women's skiff, GBR 24 strengthened their position at the top of the leaderboard, but there's no room to relax. Denmark 13 and Germany 10, along with the rest of the fleet, are snapping hard at those British heels. In the 49er fleet, we saw just one race completed today. Austria 28 continued to hold the overall lead with another solid result, but it was a tougher day for China 33, who will be hoping to carry today's score as a discard later in the regatta. Across the 49er qualifying fleets, Poland 64, Denmark 6 and Denmark 4 each took bullets in their respective races, making the most of a short but high pressure day on the water. And in the Nacra 17 catamaran, it was pedal to the metal sailing. Australia 5 came flying out of the gate with a world-class performance in the first race of the day, building a sizable lead even after the Swedish teams had dominated the start line. But at the top of the leaderboard, the local experts from France 51 remain in control. Behind them, Italy 98 are clawing their way back into contention and now sit second overall, even if they're carrying a 12th place result that they'll be looking to discard. If they can drop that score, the Italians could very quickly leap to the top of the standings. That's it for day 3. For Friday onwards, follow us on the live stream, and on Friday we'll be getting right into the action as we start Gold Fleet racing in the skiff classes. The 49er, 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships is underway after a light start in the Bay of Quiberon, which soon picked up to really nice racing conditions of about 8 to 12 knots. As usual, the fleets pushed the start lines to the absolute max. In the 49er FX, Spain's 76, the reigning world champions, stayed true to form and claimed the opening race of the regatta. But GBR 24 answered back with a bullet of their own, while Germany 5 kept things consistent to do really well by the end of the day. But in the end, it was Spain 21 who emerged on top. Consistency combined with a final race bullet, launching the Spanish into the overall lead. Over in the 49er men's fleet, Austria 29 came out flying with 2 race wins to stamp their early authority on the fleet, while France 16, the 2024 world champions, and another French team, 520, also impressed on home waters. Across on the Nacra 17 course, it was beautiful sailing conditions, and the reigning world champions from Great Britain, GBR 21, delivered a trademark display of consistency to lead after the second race. But in the next, France 51 struck back with victory in the final race, taking the overall lead into day 2. So already the drama is building, and it's only day 1 of 6 here in the Bay of Quiberon.
What an exciting day of racing we've got for you today. The wind is building, the 49er sailors are tuning up, and our commentary team of Andy and Rebecca are just taking a momentary break. So I'll be doing a brief update here on some stuff going on behind the scenes in Olympic sailing. For some of you, you may know that there are the quadrennial review is ongoing. So 4 of the 10 Olympic classes are up for review, which happens every quadrennial. Those 4 events are the Nacra 17, who obviously we hope stay in, but I'll explain more about that later. The 470 mixed, and the kite surfing men and women, whose world championship is ongoing right now in Portugal. So if you once you've finished watching us, go ahead and find their live stream as well, and you can catch some kite racing today is on the water. So those 4 events are up for review, and the way the process is unfolding is there's a joint committee of the events committee and the equipment committee at World Sailing, who have about 15 people in the group reviewing all the different options and what is available. They've come up with a list of criteria that they think is the most important for sailing to consider when they select events for the next Olympics. This is for the 2032 Olympics. They're looking to make sure that the Olympic broadcast is attractive. The IOC has made it very clear to sailing that we need to be attractive in their primary product, which is broadcasting and TV streaming. They're hoping that the cost of campaigning can be kept to a minimum. Obviously, you see all the coach boats, you see all the nice-looking sailing equipment here. It all costs money, and there's only so much of it. So everyone's trying to keep campaign costs reasonably. And then they're looking at universality. So that's how many countries around the world are participating. So long-term investment, like is the equipment wearing out, or is it holding its value? The simplicity for the sailor, is it the skill of the sailor that makes the difference on the water, or is it like development or what can be done to do with the equipment that makes the difference? And then the cost to organizing committees. That's actually a kind of a factor that maybe people don't realize, but can we all launch from the same place? I remember years ago when the Star was being kicked out of the Olympics, they were saying, the cost of putting a crane in was so expensive for Olympic organizers, where those of us that grew up at yacht clubs who already had cranes never thought it was much of a big deal. So just having facilities that are easily adaptable to all the events is an important factor. So while they are debating the big picture merits and a bunch of secondary merits as well, what they're going to do here in a couple weeks, probably in the middle of June, is put forward maybe like what you might call their first offer to the sailing community. So they have the choice to retain the equipment that's already there, put in new events and equipment, or maybe put in a few different options. Like maybe they can't make up their minds and they want to put in a couple things for everyone to consider. We don't know yet what they'll do, but we do expect their first offer in the next few weeks. And then after that, it'll be debated by all the different groups at World Sailing. Potentially new slates, as they're called, could be put forward, and then eventually by September, everyone should be voting on what we want to do for the 2032 Olympics. The community at large was also asked to put forward options that could be considered for the 2032 Olympics. And without going into all of the options that were put in, I can tell you that there were some groups of options. There was obviously a group of people that wanted to keep the different events that are already in the Olympics right now. There was a group that wanted to put in different equipment that fits the criteria that's in right now. So, for example, the 470 and the Nacra are called mixed events. So there people put forward other mixed events, things like people put forward a mixed keel boat, people put forward other mixed dinghies like a snipe, and other things like that. Okay, so that's one group. Then there was a group called the Second Medal Opportunity. So that's where it's an event, let's say, like match racing or maybe offshore sailing. And that's the concept behind that one, is that all the people that are at the Olympics can go take place in a second medal opportunity. So you might get Ben Ainsley from back in the day competing in his fin, and at the end of the week he might jump in and skipper a match race boat, and that would allow him to win, or anyone to win, 2 medals in one Olympics, the way Phelps does, and the way other Usain Bolt has in the past. And those, it's kind of a technique that can do 2 things. It can help sailing create heroes faster by, instead of having to wait 4 Olympics for someone to win 4 medals, they can happen in 2 Olympics. And the other thing it does is it opens up slots at the Olympics. The IOC wants to keep the number of athletes at the Olympics to 10,500. That's one of their main things they want to do, to keep the size and the cost and the complexity of the Olympics down. And sailing so far currently is allocated 320 spots. So if we divide that by 10 unique events where different people go all the time, then each event can only be as big as it can be. But if we divide that by, say, 9, then every event, like the 49er and the Nacra, can have more boats entered, or the Ilka or the others. There were a few other options. People have been looking to put in the Switch or the Wasp, which is a foiling single-handed boat. People have been looking to put in the wing foil, which is kind of I guess it's an emerging version of kite surfing and windsurfing. The wing foil is just doesn't have a mast, doesn't have strings, but you still hold onto a sail and it's on a foil. And then there's a para option, a match racing option, and a bunch of other options within that sort of sphere. Anyways, that's what's happening in the next few months. You should expect to see some press about that, I would say, mid to late June. That'll be the first round of discussions, and then by September, there should be some voting with confirmation in November. Looks like on the water, teams are near the committee boat. I'm not sure if there's any flags up yet that are official. Doesn't look like it just yet. Let me see if I can pull up a results sheet from what we were just looking at and see if we can bring you guys any confirmation on who's making the top 10 for tomorrow yet. Oh, we see a wing foil going by the bottom of the screen right there. So for those of you who knew what you were looking at, that's one of the things that might be in the Olympics next. So yeah. Oh, looks like both Canada and GBR are in the top 10 right now. And of course, I've just lost my web feed as we sit here. But I did see that very briefly the race is updated. So it looks like both Canada and GBR made the top 10 narrowly, and someone else got booted out, maybe the Italians. There's that wing foil going back. That's the red foil going out of screen. We can see still a bunch of coaches in there in the mix, so I'm sure we're not in sequence yet. But let's talk with our leaders from Spain on the water right now.
I mean, what a day. Incredible racing so far for you girls. How was it out there for you?
It was such a great day. I think it was very tricky conditions, and we managed to keep calm on board and do the best that we can. And I think it worked at the end of the day that we won the last race. It was very, very, very tricky.
It was kind of a pattern. All the teams we spoke to today were saying that the main thing today was to keep calm. Maria, how do you do that on board?
I don't know. I have my moments, I have to say. I mean, I think these days are so important for Paula to be able to see everything, and normally she can get like much more pressure. So I think it's my job to bring things down a bit. But again, like sometimes it's even complicated for me.
She did a great job today because I was very nervous. Like, because there was so much difference on the speed between being on the gas or not, and sometimes you were first and sometimes you were 10th. So it was like very, very hard.
So you can conform. You are humans. You also get stressed.
Yeah. For sure.
And tomorrow, final day, 2 races. You got a pretty healthy lead, but have you started thinking about anything about going into tomorrow?
No, we will keep the same routine as always. I think it's one of the things we always try to do. And yeah, we will see how the points are after the compression and everything, and we will plan the race, but it will be probably like normal day.
As you told me, Maria, the main thing is to have fun, right?
Yeah, always. Obviously, you work hard, but when you have fun, it's always much easier.
You have fun equals more speed.
Yeah.
So good luck and have fun tomorrow, girls.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay? Yeah.
You'll always be my baby. I'm always thinking of you, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
2 minutes 20 seconds to the first of our 49er men's races, and here is the starting grid, our top 25 battling it out and holding the top 2 spots. They're from Australasia. In first place, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush from New Zealand, followed by Harry Price and Max Poole from Australia, and then Germany's Schultheisen Rieger in third, and Germany's Meggendorfer and Spranger in fourth place. Austria's Keanu Pretner and Jakob Flackberger in fifth place. And then the 2024 world champions, Erwan Fischer and Clément Péquin from France. Then the 3-time world champions from the Netherlands, Lambriax, Van Aanholt and Van der Werken. And then in 8th place, China's Wen and Liu, followed by Uruguay's Umpia and Ditz, and Poland, Staniel and Storch. So we've got many continents, many different nationalities represented there. 1 minute 30 to go. Now, they will have been watching the FX racing very carefully. Rebecca Netzler, former world champion in the 49er FX and Olympic silver medalist. As a coach, what would you be saying to your sailors? What should they have learned from the FX racing?
Yeah, I think what we saw quite clearly in the FX race was how much the top left was paying off and how tempting it was to go right, but not actually having the chance to cross the fleet and come over in a comfortable position. And what's interesting with the 49ers is that we have from 7th place to the 3rd place right now, we only have 6 points. So it's definitely going to be a deciding day today.
Yeah, and we've just seen the drama of who makes it into the final 10 for tomorrow in the FX race, and that's going to be the battle today. And so at the committee boat end, New Zealand 94, are they going to be able to get in there? These are our leaders at the moment. It's Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, and with 15 seconds to go, it looks like they've got quite a lot to do there right now.
Yeah, it also looks like quite a few boats is positioning themselves to do the port tack start.
And things are opening up with 5 seconds to go. It looks like the New Zealanders might find their spot. but not really. It's a bit of a compromise start for them, and now France 520 has got to windward of them, so the Kiwis don't even have the option to tack out. So not the best of starts for New Zealand. Meanwhile, good starts on port tack for the Polish, the Italians, and possibly Australia. I'm trying to work out who that other boat is, but finally New Zealand manages to tack on to port tack, but not the best start for our leaders in this series at the moment, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush.
No, it definitely looks a bit more comfortable and not as much stress on this side, and we see the Dutch boat and the British boat really going fast there, heading towards the left. I can't really see which British boat it is, but it might be number 4. No.
Yes, that's the most likely, but
no, it's actually 110.
110, okay. 2 levers, Elliot Wells and Freddie Lonsdale. I was speaking to Freddie earlier. He's 6'5", 90 kilos, and Elliot's also very tall. And he said when they tack, it's like 2 giraffes trying to cross the boat.
That's a pretty good way of explaining it, but it looks like it's working for them today, and they look very fast.
And just to windward of them, in the middle of our picture, Netherlands 2, Bart Lambrechts, Van Aanholt and Floris van der Werken. Bart Lambrechts married Adele van Aanholt, the Olympic champion who we were just watching racing in the 49er FX sailing, and they are now also the father and mother of a young daughter as well, who's about 9 months old now and just beginning to crawl. So Bart's got all that going on at home as well.
Oh, and here we see a nice tack position from the Irish, and now they just really have to get back up to speed quickly to not getting rolled by the Polish.
Poland 64, Mikolaj Staniol and Jakub Storch. They start the day in 10th. They want to, at a minimum, stay in 10th, but ideally climb a bit higher. But they don't want to go lower than 10th because it's all about getting into the top 10 on the final day. There's another cruising boat. These boats don't seem to understand that there's a world championship going on here. Harry Price and Max Paul, they are front of picture right now. The Australians, they managed to get through the bad air of that cruising boat without too much damage. The Australians going fast out to the right-hand side, but they surely know that the left has been a strong play towards the top of the racecourse most of the time for the FX racing that took place earlier.
Yeah, definitely. And we also saw them last time we saw this Australian boat that we saw earlier in the picture. They also really like the right-hand side. So it will be interesting to see how that's working for them today.
Germany 21, Simon Heindl and Konrad Jakobs seem to like the left-hand side. They're going fast out in that direction. And just to windward of them, it's USA 43, Andrew Molleris and Trevor Bornath going really well. Possibly the leaders out this side of the race course. The USA team tacks away, so now Germany 21 is free to tack whenever they want to tack. They now choose to tack, and this is where we've tended to see the lead come from the boats on this side of the race course. How will it play out for the 49ers?
Yeah, and it's been looking good for the boats in the beginning coming from the right, but we have seen them struggling to be able to cross all the way to get that top left pressure. So we will see if the course been changing since the girls were out there.
Denmark 6, Frederik Rask and Jakob Prak Jensen had a good race yesterday.
Yeah, and they were 6th at the Worlds last year, so they are definitely trying to push to become even better this year, even though they really need to put up a good performance today to climb up to that top 10 and be able to get any better results tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, they have got quite a lot to do. So we'll see how things shape up in the first of these 3 races. My name's Andy Rice. I'm with Rebecca Netzler, the multi-talented 49er FX sailor, multiple medalist in the booth with me. We're in Quiberon. This is day 5 of the World Championships. A close cross there for Germany 21 and USA 43.
It just looked like they made it, and I'm not sure if the Americans had to maybe bear away a few degrees, but it doesn't seem like there were any protests being shouted, and the boys are just continuing sailing as fast as they can.
So USA 43 well out to the left-hand side. We're back with the boats on the right-hand side, and then right of picture just in the distance, it's Australia, Max Paul and Harry Price, and then Frederick Rask and Jakob Jensen. Never seen them look so good.
No, there's something a little wrong with the graphics, but we can just see them live, how they're pushing this boat, and even sailing with a bit of leeward heel. You can see how the main is almost coming completely in the center line, and it looks like they're trying to hold their lane there against Austria 28.
Going for every bit of power, standing on their tiptoes. And it looks like they've got a little bit of a lift at the moment on the right-hand side. Will it be enough to keep them in the game? Just to leeward of them, New Zealand 94, they had that really compromised start. Those are our overall leaders from New Zealand. Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. Really young team. I think in their very early 20s and sailing with immense maturity. Poland 64, the most right hand of the boats going out on our picture to the right. That is Mikolaj Staniel and Jakub Storch, currently in 10th place overall, being a little bit sailed over by the French and Italian boats to windward of them, and now they're going to get tacked on, so things getting difficult for the Polish there.
Yeah, and the Irish really ends up to be sandwiched there. We really hope they are able to get out of that position. We see the top mark, and actually in this race it looks like it's going to be the right side that's been paying off. So of course everything else than what we said. Just before they were tacking, it just looks like it was ending up without pressure on that left-hand side. We're not sure if they maybe moved the top mark. It doesn't look bad from the left, but it just when these guys on the right were getting a bit of extra pressure, it looks like the left were dying off a little bit.
It looks actually very even, doesn't it? I mean, it really looks like boats from the right and the left are going to do well here. Netherlands 2 manages to tack in just ahead of Australia 25, and USA 43 looks like they might bleed around. So by the smallest margins, the left is still paying. And it looks like it is going to be Andrew Mulleris and Trevor Bornath, USA 43, who will go around in the lead. And then a really thin lane for Matthias Koets and Oscar Gunn. I wonder if the other New Zealanders that we haven't yet mentioned have managed to get round in second. No, not quite. It's Netherlands 2 who go round ahead of Koets and Gunn, who in turn go ahead of Harry Price and Max Paul, who were the first to jibe away. And that looks like a really nice move for the Australians there. It looks like they've got good angle, good pressure. So I quite like the way the cut of the Australians' jib. They've just jibed out of picture. But then again, the Americans looking good in the far distance with that black Jenica as well. So let's see how the Australians fare compared with the USA team, who were the leaders of the straight setters on starboard.
Yeah, it's getting really hectic at this top mark, and some of the top teams are rounding right now, like the Uruguay and the Swiss boat. We're not used to see them so far behind, but this is Gold Fleet racing. It's shifty, it's hard, and it's definitely not an easy day.
No, and a bit like the FX women's fleet, the top 25 men's 49ers, it's no surprise to see any of these boats leading, really, and therefore by the same logic, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise to see a really good boat right at the back of this fleet. USA in the far distance leading this race ahead of Netherlands 2, who are second in this race at the moment, ahead of New Zealand 45, Matthias Koets and Oscar Gunn.
Yeah, we also see the 2 German boats battling out there and just disappeared out of our screen, and we have seen both of them winning races yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Richard Schultheis and Fabian Rieger, we just went over the top of their orange spinnaker. They were the winners of the last race yesterday afternoon. China 33, one of the strongest performers in the strong winds of day 3. New Zealand 45 jibe onto port, just going left out of picture. China 33 going left out of picture. That's Wen Zeding and Tu Lian, winners of the event Semaine Olympique Française just a month ago, one of the major Olympic regattas of the season in the south of France. Here we are in the north of France, a lot colder. I think it's unseasonably cold. It's not known for its warm weather on this Atlantic coastline, but it's been a really chilly week.
Yeah, definitely. And someone that's been keeping warm is the Australian 25. By the looks of the tracking, it looks like they've been really sending it on this downwind and almost been overtaking the Dutch and the American boat.
Well, that was a great spot by the Australians. I don't know how much they felt forced into doing the jibe set. I think they could have done the straight set, so I have to credit them with making that as a positive decision to see something that the rest of the fleet didn't see.
Yeah, and in the picture right now, we're watching the Americans 43 just getting lower on the trapeze and really sailing into more pressure and trying to not being too affected by the Dutch boat.
USA looking fast there, but it will be interesting to see when we see Australia come into this picture and see how they line up against the Netherlands. Here we come. Australia passing just behind the Netherlands, and will they have a piece of the USA or not? So a small gain to Australia, but it looks like USA is marginally holding on to this lead.
Yeah, and we are definitely then expecting an exciting second upwind with the racing being this tight on the first day of this race.
Normally when you look at these top three going back a few years, you'd say, well, this is the race for Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken to lose. The Dutch team would be the form team, but it's a much more open field these days. Really nice rounding by the USA. Good rounding by the Dutch going round the opposite mark out to the right-hand side. Swiftly followed by the Australians.
Yeah, the Australians did a really nice rounding there. It looks like they were even able to put a bit of kicker on before coming around to really get that extra height coming out just behind the Dutch boat and squeeze in some height to be able to continue their lane.
Yeah, a little bit of kicker before the rounding is great if you can find the time to actually do that, which they managed to do. Coutts and Gunn, they were a little bit higher up. They've not had such a great run down here, so the New Zealanders have lost a few places down this run. Poland 64 going out to the right-hand side, followed by GBR 4 going out to the right-hand side. That's GBR 4 now, fourth in last year's Worlds, and I think they may well have been fourth in the previous Worlds before that. But currently outside of the top 10. They start the day in 13th, James Grummett and Ross Hawes, GBR4, so they got some work to do. And this result, as it stands, would probably put them in quite good stead for that. Our overall leaders coming into today doing a jibe drop on the right-hand mark. That's New Zealand 94, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush.
Yeah, they're definitely looking at keeping that lead for tomorrow. And we also know that it's many other boats that wants to take over that leader shirt and get into the top 10.
Well, I fear for them that it's probably Australia, Harry Price and Max Poole, that might take the lead after this race as things stand. So I suspect there will be a lead change in favour of Australia. Australia chasing these Americans, Andrew Molleris and Trevor Bornath. And the Americans, by their standards, have not had such a great week. I'm just looking to see. So they're down in 23rd overall coming into the day. So this is going to help them no end to climb up the rankings. But even if they win another race today, would it be enough for Molleris and Bornath to get up into the top 10? I fear that no matter how well they sail today, it may not be enough. But
yeah, and we have seen some very interesting splits here. They've really been heading to different sides of the course, and I'm wondering a little bit when the Americans' tack is going to come, and they're doing kind of an aggressive move, but you also see the helm looking constantly above the crew's shoulder to be looking for that left-hand pressure.
Yeah, this is not a day for getting comfortable. You can never take anything for granted. Some days the racetrack is so obvious and you can just put your head back, put your shoulders back not even worry too much about looking around, because you know that what happened on the previous leg is very likely to happen on the next leg. But today is not one of those days.
No, definitely not. And they're just continuing hammering out on that left-hand side, looking very confident. But we also see on the top of our screen that Australia and the Dutch boat is looking, I don't know if it's just shade from the clouds or the screen, but it looked like they almost were in more pressure. Looks like they're setting up for attack, but maybe not. The Dutch boat looks very strong up there in the middle of our screen.
So that's a worry for the USA. Nice close-up shot there. Constant adjustment. What was that? An ease of something? Ease of Cunningham or kicker?
Yeah, it looks like most of the people have the Cunningham in front and the kicker in the back. And it looked like it was just a small little ease on the Cunningham and the jib before going into that tack. It's a very crucial tack. It looks like the middle of the course been having a bit more pressure than what they've been having here on the left, but will interesting to see in the next cross.
Looks like they've got good pressure and good angle there at the moment for the USA. Is it going to be enough to keep them ahead of the Netherlands, though? The Netherlands looking strong on the left-hand side.
Yeah, we have the Netherlands and two French boat, and then to windward a little back is the Australian boat. We know they're very fast in these conditions. We saw it yesterday, and we know that they are very committing to what they do.
And one of those French boats, France 16, are the 2024 world champions. Struggling a bit more this week compared with other weeks. Just trying to work out where they're on the two of the French teams are on the cusp, but actually France 16 is 6 overall, so France 16 not doing too badly.
No, they're definitely in the mix, and the tights are the points are very tight, so it's all to play for today. We can already see it's been a lead change on the Dutch boat, and it looks even like the Australian boat coming there from the right-hand side has been overtaking the American boat since the gate.
Yeah, so that's quite a big loss for the USA there. I'm surprised how quickly that's happened, but the Netherlands really moving up, and I feel like we haven't seen the best of Bart Lambrieux and Floris van der Werken. Will we see it in this race? They started the day only 10 points off the lead in 7th place, and this is going to really help them out. But how's this cross going to go? Australia tacked to leeward, and now it's going to be a bench off. Who's got the speed between Australia and the Netherlands?
Yeah, now this is really going to be a speed race going towards that ley line, not far away, but it almost looks like the Dutch is in control of when to put in the tack to go to the top mark.
And can you see the top mark?
No, I can't see it, but it will be somewhere there on the left.
Yeah.
It can't be far away.
I was surprised that Australia tacked where they did. They were going to have to put in a really good tack, which it looks like they've done, but it sort of does hand control to the Netherlands. I was just thinking if they're already close on that ley line, that would be the reason why the Australians have tacked.
Yeah, I agree, and I almost thought it looked like the Dutch boat would have to duck them if they just continued on starboard, but it's all about who is in the right of way for that last tack, and the wind is actually shifting to the right, which is good for the Australian, and we see now it's playing off, hopefully, like the Australian boat was wishing for.
Well, well played by the Australians. I doubted them, but those images that we saw just then confirm why Australia made the decision to tack. They maybe sensed or knew that the next shift was going to come from the right-hand side, and it has put them in the lead on this race, and you have to assume that they have now tacked on the ley line.
Yeah, that was a really nice tactical move from the Australian, and it just paid off in their favour.
That's
coming
very
first
cool.
to the top mark.
To be able to tack there underneath the 3-time world champions and believe that you can gain the advantage, that shows a lot of confidence on board the Australian boat.
Yeah, and in these shots we also see how they could perfectly set up for that ley line and forcing the Dutch boat to do that few extra meters to really put them behind and gain as much possible before this last downwind.
And the USA boat has really suffered on this leg, actually. It's now dropped behind one of the French boats, France 441, Théo Reville and Gauthier Tellier. So it's been quite an expensive leg for the Americans who had been leading.
Yeah, and it wasn't a perfect set there from the Dutch boat. The kite was flapping quite a lot, and we can see how the Australian boat got a few extra meters. And we will definitely have a tight downwind coming our way and see who is first down at the finish line.
And it's turned into a match race between those front two, because third boat only just goes round now. The French followed by the Americans, and then Poland about to go round in fifth. Here's our match race at the front, and look at the gap between the two black kites in the lead.
Yeah, and the Australian boat just really wants to be on the inside of the course here compared to the Dutch boat, to be free and be able to jibe whenever they want and not straight away get the Dutch boat in front of them. So I think it was tactical to go a little lower and really make sure to keep that inside free. We also saw them tacking now, jibing now quite early, getting back to the inside of the course. So probably they have seen something, a big pressure or something to be able to bring them down.
Meanwhile, at the top, Austria 28 going around ahead of Germany 22 and Ireland 99 and Denmark 6. Couple of jibe sets going on there. New Zealand 94 not really making gains in this race. So a tough race for Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, overall leaders of the regatta coming into today.
And all these jibe setters are just confirming that the Australian boat really must have seen some pressure there in the middle of the course and heading over to the right side, looking upwind. And we've seen now that the Dutch has followed.
And it does look like the Australians have better breeze than the Dutch just beyond them. It looks like the Aussies have a little bit more pace and just a little bit more angle down. And you can see the difference there. Australia accelerating over the top of New Zealand, whilst meanwhile the jibe setting continues at the top of the course, still confirming that the Aussies made a good spot here.
Yeah, you can see how they are keeping a close eye also on the Dutch boat, but now it looks like it really paid off for them, getting that extra pressure and be able to roll a little bit on top of the Dutch boat. But as we know, this downwinds, it's been open and very close all the way to the end.
Yeah, take nothing for granted.
Can also see here on the tracking that it's been a massive right shift and that the Australian boat is almost on ley line. They don't have to be, or they're not so far away. Probably they will have to do one jibe, but that's also explaining why almost the whole fleet was jibe setting at the top.
Really good view of the sailors. No way you could get that with a helicopter. That is drone work at its best. And there we get the bigger view. And you can see the lower angle that the Aussies are sailing compared with the boats behind. But you look way back up the track and there is the next gust.
Yeah, the Aussies looks very confident there. Been gaining a lot on that move on the Dutch boat, just sailing away from them.
They managed to get down onto the same line as the Dutch, because just a minute or so back I felt like the Dutch might be able to get a piece of the Australians, but not a hope of that now.
No,
clean.
Yeah, the Australians really want to get to that first position right now. They showed it the other day, sailing very, very good, and here they're just crossing the finish line again, winning another race in these beautiful conditions.
Well, congratulations, Harry Price and Max Poole. A well-executed race and some really good, strong decisions made. They really backed themselves. That jibe set that they did at the first mark, that closed the gap on the front two. And then they managed to move up into the lead towards the top of the second leg and then stretched away from the Dutch, and to stretch away from the 3-time world champions the way that they have, that shows great confidence and great composure by the Australians, who will now take the overall lead in this championship. France 441, Theo Reville and Carl Devaux having a really nice race. There's a big battle going on as to who will manage to get into the top 10, and Theo Reville and Gauthier Tellieu started the day in 12th place, just 1 point outside of 10th place. So that will rocket them up into the top 10 with that really good finish for France 441. Those are the kind of stories that we're going to try and keep an eye on.
Oh, here we see another tight finish where the Poland looks like they are coming in front of Denmark, and then Germany followed by the British boat.
And the British boat started the day in 13th place, 1 point out of the top 10. But will that be enough? Will that move them up or down in that finish? I'm not sure where they were in that. Are we just outside the top 10 now, do you think?
Yeah, I think now the points are getting closer, and we also saw that the German and New Zealand 94 was moving down a little bit in this race, which makes it even tighter with the points.
Yeah.
At that top 10 cut.
Yes, it's going to do well for the Aussies, of course, the Dutch, and well, where one German goes down, another goes up, and Germany 22, Megendorf and Spranger will go up, and Germany 11, Richard Schulteis and Fabian Rieger, winners of the last race yesterday, are going to go down a bit. USA 31. I'm trying to think. That wasn't the one that was. No, that's Nevin Snow and Ian McDermott we're seeing there. So that's the other American team, not Andrew Molleris and Trevor Bornath, who were leading a good chunk of the race.
Yeah, we see some of the top names. We know China that was winning in Huyer not long ago, and we also know that Nevin Snow and Ian McDermott have been having a really good season, and now we see them in the back of the fleet. So it's really tight racing out there.
It is. It certainly is. And there's confirmation of Harry Price and Max Poole winning that race ahead of Lambriax and Van der Werken, with Reville and Tellieu getting that third, which should be enough to move them up into the top 10 overall, ready to get into the 10-boat finals tomorrow. Molleris and Bornath, leaders of that race for a good chunk of that 2-lap race, but not quite able to hold on to it all the way to the finish. So that's race 1. I understand we might be ready to go to the water. Let's see if Alexia Luhud has an interview for us. It's replays. So we've got replays of how that race panned out. Let's have a look. So look at New Zealand 94 just coming off the starboard end. These were our series leaders, but with a really compromised start, not able to dictate terms. Germany 21 going really well in the early stages out to the left-hand side. Our eventual race winners, Australia 25, nearly taken out by a cruising boat. USA 43 near the front of our picture. These are our leaders from earlier in the week. Austria 28, and now the Danish, Denmark 6, racing with Austria 28.
Yeah, it was definitely a tricky race to start with. We saw both sides kind of coming up. We believed a little bit more in the left, and the Americans were actually first at this top mark, came from the left, starting close to the pin, but in the end it was the Australian 25.
Who I think went round in third, did they, at the first mark? And they'd come in from the right, so there wasn't much in it. Oh no, they weren't quite third, they were fourth round. New Zealand 45 really struggling to get round here, but they just managed to get round in third. Australia goes straight for the jibe set. And whilst it doesn't get them into the lead, it does close the gap on the leaders. Here are some of the boats further back in the fleet.
And it was just that decision making at the gate, left or right, that was kind of getting away the win for the Americans, that pushed very much to go back out to the left, while the Dutch and Australian boat just play that right side and the pressure on the shifts a bit more than the Americans, which also made them have that tight battle at the top of the mark.
Here are the leaders for the time being. Andrew Molleris and Trevor Bornath. Whoops, bit of a splash down there for Trevor. Managing to get himself sorted again, not too much harm done.
At this gate, it's very tight. It's interesting how it played out later on that upwind.
Yes, the Australians in third at that stage in the race. America going out to the left-hand side. And now the Aussies have tacked on the leeward side of Denmark, and that was a winning move. That was the move that moved them ahead of the Dutch and into the lead. And there was another killer blow executed by the Australians, and that was to go for this early jibe, spotting the better wind over by the shore, and that really moved them a long way ahead of the Dutch, and it was an easy win for Harry Price and Max Paul in the end, down to some good boat speed and also some really good strategic and tactical decisions. And I really like the way that they managed to execute that tack to leeward of the Dutch and make it stick, because that is a high risk maneuver. If you get your tack wrong, I feel like that can go badly wrong, but they made it work.
Yeah, you can really see that they've been practicing that before, because that wasn't the first time they were doing it. They were coming close, not too close to risk for it to be any contact between the boats, and then in the end just slowly, steady, putting the boat in a bit of high mode, but still keeping the pace going forward, so that the Dutch boat just slowly got slower and slower until they just couldn't hold anymore.
Yeah, it made it painful for the Dutch. The opposite, which I probably would have done, was stayed on starboard, called starboard on the Dutch, make them duck behind me. But if you think that the next shift is coming from the right-hand side, you're sort of potentially handing the advantage to the Dutch. But the Aussies were coming in on starboard, and then they tacked to leeward, which I think a lot of sailors wouldn't do, because we tend to think if I'm on starboard, I'm going to exert my rights over the other boat, but they didn't do that.
No, and what they also, the Australian boat knew that they had 2 more tacks to do, and the Dutch only one, and would then have starboard in the next crossing, so kind of being more in control of the situation themselves by doing that Libau tack kind of made them to be controlling the situation and not just handing it over to the Dutch and seeing what the shifts would do for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it all makes sense when you explain it like that. That's good classic match racing.
Yeah, and it's not so often we get to see that in this fleet racing. Definitely more now in the end of the event, when the points are getting close and everyone wants to be standing on the top of the podium. And I think we can expect to see more of it.
Well, that was a great race. We've got 2 more of these to go. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing this afternoon. We love bringing this to you. So send us your questions on the YouTube page. Chat with your friends there. You can agree or disagree with how the Aussies approach the tack with the Dutch. Join our newsletter at 49er.org/subscribe. And if you like this kind of live streaming, it's not that cheap to put on. We really push ourselves to make this happen, but it can only happen once or at most twice a year in the 49er FX and Nacra world. So do think about making a donation via 49er.org/gift. And the more that you donate, the more likely it is that we are going to be able to put on more shows in the future. It's good fun bringing this racing to you, and we hope you're enjoying it. Let's just have a look at what's been going on at the racing that we haven't been looking at today. Let's just hop over to the Nacra 17 results and see what we can see. Trying to remind myself who was in the lead. It was the French that were leading yesterday. The local team of Moniac and Retournaz who were leading. Rebecca, what do you see now on the scores?
Yeah, so now we have the very confident Italian 98 Ugolino with the names. Gio Billet taking over the lead with 8 points lead right now. So kind of a little bit of a comfortable lead to say, because before it was the other way around. And we've also seen the British boat climbing today. We felt a little bad for them yesterday, doing very good starts in first speed, not really getting paid all the way for it. Today they have climbed up to 3rd place.
Okay, so yeah, the French, not a terrible day, but they have given up the lead. So yeah, Italy first, France second, Great Britain third, Argentina fourth, and then the Swedish boats have both moved up today as well. But it looks like they've both won races today, so they move up to 5th and 6th. So it's been a slow start, a slow burn for the Swedes this week, but they're gradually getting better and better by the day.
Yeah, and it's for me, obviously, as a Swedish person, I'm really happy to see that they're. It's the end of the day, and I talked to them yesterday, and they were both a bit disappointed. Of course, Ida and Marcus a bit more than Emil and Hanna, but Emil and Hanna was second and winning a race yesterday. While Ida and Marcus were fighting a bit more, but now today they've been really grabbing it again and going out performing as best as they can and still climbing on the last day.
Very, very nice. So that's the foiling catamaran fleet, the Nacra 17. We've already brought you the FX racing earlier on in the day, and we've got 2 more races to do in the 49er. Will anyone be able to win 2 races today, we wonder? Our series leaders going into the day were New Zealand's Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. We think they've slipped off the top spot now that Harry Price and Max Paul have won that race. But we got an interview with the young Kiwis earlier before they left the beach.
Okay, go.
Seb and George, you guys were Open European champions last year in 2025, and you're currently at the top of the rankings here at the World Championships. Is your goal to get a world title since you haven't got one of those yet?
Yeah, of course, that's always the goal. I think it's probably everyone's goal. But still got another big day of racing today, and then hopefully the final series tomorrow. So yeah, a lot of racing to still go, but yeah, looking forward to it.
There's quite a lot of really experienced boats in the top 10, and you guys are quite young compared to all those teams. Do you ever feel like a bit of the underdogs, or you've got the confidence you need?
Oh, yeah, I think it's always good to be the underdogs, you know. Yeah, I think at the moment we've just been sailing our own regatta. There's so many good teams here, and the points are still super close. I'm sure we could punt our way out the top 10 if we made a couple of bad mistakes. So, yeah, we're not counting anything too early and just keep doing what we've been doing, and hopefully that's enough to put us in a good spot for tomorrow.
And Seb, you've been involved in the America's Cup, of course. Did you get any extra insights from them, and is that what got you to the top of the leaderboard here?
Oh, well, when you spend time around those guys, you always ask them questions. But I mean, yeah, I guess it's just a bit more motivation to see and talk to the guys that have won the 49er Worlds before. But yeah, not sure.
And George, you guys kind of laugh around a lot with the whole Kiwi squad, but how seriously do you take this regatta?
I think we switch on and switch off. We're obviously super serious about the campaign, and we want to win and we want to do well. So from that aspect, we take it very seriously, but we also try and keep it lighthearted when we're not switched on for the racing and have plenty of fun, and I think that's when we sail best. So yeah, a mix of both, I'd say.
Good enough?
Rebecca, how well do you know the young Kiwis? Do you know those guys?
No, absolutely not. And that's so fun, I think, especially with the Aussies and the Kiwis, because we don't really know how many they are over there at home. I think they're doing a great job in having a big squad and then coming to Europe only with the top team. So when they come, you always know that they will perform.
Yeah, well, they're so young, those guys as well, Menzies and George Lee Rush. And Seb Menzies next week is going to be sailing an AC40 regatta, the America's Cup preliminary event in Cagliari in Sardinia. He's already done a lot of AC40 sailing, but what was it like for you? How does it transfer between sailing the 49er FX and sailing on the AC40?
Yeah, as long as you get used to the speed, it's kind of the same. I mean, we always aim to go faster and faster, and that's in like any boat you're sailing, and it always comes down to the same thing. You want to have a steady boat, and a steady boat is a fast boat.
What's the key skill? You've got 4 people on board, right? You've got 2 helms and 2 trimmers. Is it one helm in control of the boat and 1 trimmer, or are both trimmers engaged all at the same time?
Everyone is sailing the boat the whole time. So if you're the driver, be it sitting to windward, then you are still have to control the foils on the other side.
Okay, so there's never any moment to rest. You're always doing something.
You're always racing.
1 minute 30 to go on this. We got the Blue Peter flag. We got the Vaqueros electronic system. We really enjoyed that yesterday because it meant we didn't have any black flag recalls to deal with. We hope that will be the case this time as well. You either get a green light to say you've started correctly, or if you're over the line, you get a red light to say you're over, and it's up to you to go back and restart individually. So it's a different style of starting. People are saying it is affecting the way that they approach the start. What do you think it does to change the mentality, Rebecca?
I think everyone is like feeling that it's probably more fair in the racing, that you can't really get away anymore. So the game is definitely different. Now you can't feel safe in the middle of the start line anymore. You really need to make sure that you're behind the line at the gun.
And we've got 23 seconds to go. We've got 12 to 15 knots from the west. I'm surprised it's as much as that. It doesn't look as much as that, but what do you think?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's been picking up, and that you can really see the boats being tied together. It's filled all the way from the committee boat down to the pin, and we only have 3 seconds to go.
And we're off. Let's see if anyone is over. It looks like it's a clear start, and good starts for Netherlands too. Not such a good start for USA 43, but they're in a clear position to tack whenever they want. And meanwhile, we've got the port tack starters. USA has now tacked, and that was France 16, the 2024 world champions, who were starting on port tack. USA 31 leading the previous race for so long. There are pin end starter here, but a really good start by GBR 110, the self-styled giraffes sailing that boat. 2 really tall guys, Elliot Wells and Freddie Lonsdale.
Yeah, I'm getting a little flashbacks to the start before. We saw the Americans, we saw the British boat, we see the Dutch boat. So it's kind of right now looking similar. We just saw that the Australian 25 are current leaders, just tacked away. It looked like they couldn't really hold their lane anymore, and had to bounce out to the right-hand side.
USA 31 going well on that side. France 16 well rewarded for a well-executed port tack start behind the fleet. This is Erwan, Fischer and Clément Péquin. They came into the day in 6th place overall. And generally in these fully stretched conditions, they were certainly the fastest boat on the water 2 years ago. I don't know if other teams have closed the gap. I'm sure they're among the fastest, but I feel like the rest of the fleet has moved forwards as well. So I don't think they've got such a straight line speed advantage as they did, but I still think we can expect to see good things from France 16 here.
Yeah, and I think it's also a big difference in sailing in flat conditions and wavy conditions. In Lanzarote at the Worlds is 2024, it was definitely more waves and it was big swell, and here we can see the water being more flat and the boat isn't bouncing. We can also see the French standing all the way in the front of the wings, which tells us that the bow can really be pushed down and not causing any troubles with the waves.
Poland 19 going well that side. USA 31 tacks, and they're having to tack behind a lot of other boats, so not gone so well out of that side. GBR 110 tacking. Will they be able to get across the front, or they're going to have to do some ducking? Looks like there's some ducking involved.
Yeah, it looks like a great position there from the Irish and the Dutch boat. They can just tack whenever they want, and they looks like they can just fully send it out to the left-hand side together with the German and the Chinese. The German looked like they were a bit more compromised from the Chinese boat not really being able to tack whenever they wanted.
Yeah, yeah. Poland 19 tacking in the space to leeward of France 16. And USA 43 still coming out this way. Nevin Snow and Ian McDermott, not the best of weeks for them. They've been one of the most solid teams over the last year or so. But Nevin, speaking to him this morning, disappointed with how they've been going this week.
Yeah, I talked to many in the fleet before, and they were actually one that they saw as one of the top 5 being able to be standing on the top of the podium this week.
Yeah, yeah, it goes like that sometimes in sailing. All of the boats on the left-hand side on the far left have now tacked. There's still a couple for China to try and get in front of. China's going to have to duck one. I wonder if Germany 11 is going to try and get ahead. Germany 11 might just get ahead. It's ahead of a British boat. I think that's GBR 4.
Yeah, and that's what's easily happening there for China. They have to duck one, then they have to get and duck another one. So that first cross is just so important.
Gets worse and worse, doesn't it, if you don't get that first cross in successfully. And here are the leading 4 on the right-hand side. And Austria... No, it's Germany 22. I was trying to work out the leading one of these 4, you could say, is Germany 22, Poland 19, and then just to windward of them is France 16, and a little bit back from those 3 is USA 43, bottom left of our picture.
Yeah, it looks like it's been, it looked so strong there on the left side with the pin end starters just hammering out to the left, but it almost looks like the ones starting a bit more at the committee boat or doing a port tack start and early tack actually been able to gain with the pressure a bit more and been able to hold all the way to the left and maybe even getting a bit of a right shift to just cross in front of that left hand side.
Who do you like the best out of the left and the right now?
I mean, I think Germany 22 is having a really nice position, but I would still never leave my cards for that left side. I mean, it's been a lot of things happening just at the end, and we see that the Swiss boat is having a nice position there as well coming in, but it's definitely the right also coming back, so it looks like we're going to have an even side coming up to that top mark.
It does seem to be a lot more even in the afternoon for the 49ers compared with the FX that seem to be a bit more left-hand favoured. It does seem like, I mean, we're seeing now Uruguay on the left of picture doing very well, so maybe the left is still a marginal gain.
Yeah, and interesting with Uruguay, they had a very bad start. They ended up quite far behind doing a port tack start, having the Americans tacking in front of them, and they had to tack back. So even with such a bad start, they've been able to find the pace and find the pressure to be able to be here in the top of this race.
Wow, that's incredible. And it goes to show that even after a poor start, you can still get in at the top mark in great position. But no one is going to beat Germany 22 around the mark. This is Jakob Megendorfer and Andreas Spranger straight into a jibe set. Well, the right-hand side favoured them very well on the way up, so why not give the right-hand side, the same side of the track, a good go on the downwind as well. But they're the only ones who have done it so far. Looks like Uruguay is going for that in 4th place.
Yeah, it also looks like the Germans were going to get a tight cross with the New Zealand 94. It just got in front of them, and that's the problem with doing a jibe set so early on in the race. You have to really watch out for those upwind boats.
Look at the speed of France 16 going straight over the top of Poland 19, and France 16 looking really stretched and on a really good angle down towards the bottom of the course. I think they're almost pointing straight at the leeward marks. Maybe not quite, but you can almost see them making a direct beeline towards the leeward mark. So this is a massive shift.
Yeah, it looks like a massive right shift here. Also for the Germans, they don't really get as much benefit from it, ending up behind all that dirty air just at the top mark.
Wow. So France 16, they picked a really good moment to jibe out and get onto port jibe. And you can see those white marks top left of picture. France very much on the gaining jibe. And here's the difference between Germany 22, Meggendorfer and Spranger, who went round and did the immediate jibe set. Let's see how they line up against the French, who went round behind them. Have the French gained? It depends what angle Germany ends up on. This could be close between the French and the Germans.
Yeah, it definitely looks close, but it almost looks like the French is a little bit in front and could maybe do an attack and just jibe on top of the German boat.
Now the French, if it's a collision course, the French have to give way, so the French need to be confident that they're going to get across the front of Germany. And if they do that, that's a really impressive gain by France in a very short space of time.
Yeah, I really think that was France really gained on that set and early jibe instead of doing the jibe set straight away. It's so much dirty air behind the whole fleet coming there on the starboard ley line.
You think that was the difference, that they just gave it a few boat lengths for the clear air to sort it, the dirty air to sort itself out? So a cleaner lane for the French, you think?
Yeah, I think so, but it's also a risky move because if all the boats behind are jibe setting, it might be that there won't be any pressure coming down and you won't be able to jibe. So it's a really tricky situation for the Germans that really wanted the right, and now it didn't really pay off for them. But they're still in the hunt, and as we know on this course, it's never over.
Yeah, and they're still doing fine. In the bigger scheme of things, they're still doing fine, aren't they?
Yeah, and they are definitely in the mix for a medal at this event. So it's really fun to see, especially after the helm having really struggled with injury.
Look how strongly the boats that jibe set are coming in now. And Uruguay, bottom of picture, looks like they've overstood. They look really stretched with the red Jenica. They're going to struggle to hold that kite all the way into the leeward drop. But actually, this has been more expensive for the German green kite than I thought it would be.
Yeah, they lost quite a few positions on that double jibe now. I think they meant it well, but jibe just in a bit too early, missed the pressure, and we just see how much the others catched up.
France 16, our new leaders, the 2024 world champions who won in that windy Lanzarote regatta, look to be back on form in this race, the second of our three races that we're showing you today, this afternoon from Quiberon, Brittany, in the north of France.
We can also see that it's been a top mark change. They probably moved it a bit to the right. We can see one of the offshore boats down there with a big screen showing that they moved the mark.
Okay, and they would move that mark further to the right. Big shift there, just as we went away from the French. The really big shift on the French boat. Looks like they just sailed into a header. So this is all playing into the hands of the French leaders, France 16, because if they tack now, they'd probably comfortably cross the boats from the far side of the race course.
Yeah, and we definitely see a change of this race course here. It's been picking up and the shifts are coming in more, and it's not as one-sided as it's been on the FX racing.
Which is great for us. It's great racing, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be mentally exhausting for them, keeping on top of all these endless changes. But these two must be loving it right now. Clément Fischer, Erwan Péquin, just stepping over the sheet, just getting the ropes from out under his feet.
Yeah, they looked so calm and relaxed, just standing and focusing and sailing the boat fast. And you can see that they've been sailing together for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, they really enjoy each other's company. They're a great team. Erwan Fischer looking over his shoulder now. Clément Péquin taking a look. Clément Péquin, one of the tallest in the boat park. Here we go with the tack.
Yeah, I actually can see here on the tracking that the German 22, that was our leader before, they went to the other mark and actually gained a little bit of it. Just saw a cross with the Uruguay where they were in front again, so they were back in that second place, and I think that's also why the French chose to cover up the fleet a bit more for the people being on port.
Sailing defensively, and they probably got the speed to be able to do that. Erwan Fischer now looking over his shoulder up towards the windward mark, seeing the wind, whatever's coming down, trying to work out whether to stick or twist, whether to keep on going on port tack or whether to tack onto starboard. Just a small amount of chop to bump their way through and then back into flat water.
Yeah, we just see how they're covering themselves up there with the fleet and tacking back to be able to also cover a little bit of the left-hand side. It is a tricky situation when the fleet is being this divided, and at one stage, even as the leader, you have to go on what you see yourself.
Yeah. So yes, it looks a little bit surprising from here. We're not seeing the whole picture here, but for the French to tack away from who we think are their closest rivals, but maybe there are others. Yeah, there are others. Poland and Uruguay, who we don't see in picture, they could feel like the bigger threat to France 16 right now.
Yeah, we actually see the German boat here almost being on their line. It looks like it was a pretty good move there from the French.
So, Poland 19. I think we must be missing the French boat in that image.
Yeah, I think the French is just a little bit to the left there, and what we see is Austria and Uruguay and the German and the Polish being here on the left side of the screen, battling out there, and the French is actually, by the looks of it, been going very fast on this upwind, is having quite a comfortable lead to the left of our screen.
Uruguay at the bottom of our picture. They started the day in 9th place, Hernan Umpia and Fernando Dietz. So they're on the cusp of making the top 10. Certainly doing enough at the start of the day. This race right now will be helping them. Uruguay have tacked. Now they'll be hoping that Germany doesn't tack on them. But Germany is going to tack on them and try and make life difficult for Uruguay as they go back towards the middle of the course.
Yeah, and now we'll really have to see how they're thinking there on the Uruguay boat, if they are going to do the 2 more tacks or if they're just going to try and survive on that lane for a bit longer.
It looks like they're managing to hold out. Germany seem to be sailing a bit of a lower kind of mode, and it just about keeps Uruguay in the game without needing to do the extra tacks away.
Yeah, and I think that's what you easily see when you're trying to do that Liebau tack. Now, actually, this German boat went more on top of the Uruguay, but you're also being that a little stressed that the Uruguay boat coming from behind with more speed. So you put the bow down, get the speed up, but that's also opening up for Uruguay to survive in that position.
You think if you might have played it differently and maybe hold a higher lane as the German boat, make life harder for them, or?
Yeah, I think if you would have tacked just a little bit earlier, you wouldn't have that same pressure of really having to gain speed for the Uruguay to be hooking them if they came too fast. A little bit more like we saw the Australian boat doing, to not overstand, just making sure that you're to leeward so that Uruguay didn't really have an option going up or down. They just had to go up.
Right. And this is France 16 and Poland 19. Poland 19 the closest of the two. France 16 looking really fast, and that next breeze looks like it's going to be lifting them up towards the mark. So everything just getting better and better for France as they come up here. Poland have tacked away. I don't know if France... So France 16 is going to have to tack as well. We'll probably see them come into picture fairly soon. Not looking super fast there. Right, they tack, and probably not too long before they can tack back again on the ley line.
No, it is definitely getting less wind up here. We just see them outside our window, and they're very close to us on the land here, and it's looking really patchy and like big holes up here at the top mark.
So what are they going to do, Rebecca? Straight set or jibe set? I say jibe set.
Yeah, I would almost also go for the jibe set. I'm not sure. It looks like they are actually setting
Straight set.
straight, I guess for straight set. No, but it is kind of an interesting race course. But they looked very comfortable and confident on the upwind, so they are definitely just going for it now.
Still holding. I thought maybe they would have done what they did the previous leg and held for a few and then jibed. The Polish are going for the jibe set, and that gives them the best opportunity of attacking the French lead. And I think the Poles already look really good on port jibe, so I think the Poles are going to close the gap on the French.
Yeah, absolutely. And they also did a really nice jibe set. They knew that they were having quite some space to the German boat behind, and just really made that turn quite big to separate as much as possible from the upwind boats.
Austria 28 has done the jibe set, just going out of picture. They're going to need to watch out for some of the upwind traffic. This is the problem with the jibe set. You've still got boats coming upwind.
Yeah, the French are still going on starboard.
Wow, that's a long way to go.
Must be seeing something there on their side.
We just saw a glimpse of their red kite way in the distance, and they have gone a long way out to one side, which is not very defensive sailing. It's very confident that they're going the way that they think is the way to go. China just squeezing around this mark, only just squeezing around. They've got to watch out that leeward tiller sitting out to the leeward side of the wing doesn't clip the mark as they go around. Right, the French have now jibed. I think that's the French we're looking at there.
Yeah. That also looks very nice, and it looks like a big pressure coming their way, and they're going really fast.
Do you have any speeds on the screen that you're looking at, Rebecca?
Yeah, we can see right now they're going 13 knots. I'm trying to see the hunting boats are going 14, so it's definitely a fight out there. And
here's the moment of truth, because Poland, oh, that's not even close. I thought Poland was maybe going to really be able to close the gap. Here's France 16, still comfortably in the lead. It was an attacking move worth making by Poland. So I think it was the correct decision by Poland. It hasn't hurt them, but I don't think it's really got them much closer to the French. But the French really left themselves tactically exposed, I feel. But maybe on a day like today, you've got to go with your gut, and you've got to go with the wind that you see.
Yeah, and I think Poland is also having created a nice attack there on the German boat. It will be an interesting, I think we can kind of congratulate the French boat in taking this win, but it's definitely tight behind, and we have Poland, Germany, Uruguay, and the American boat, and also the Austrian that really wants to get that second, third, and fourth place.
Yeah, I'm absolutely staggered by that image there. I mean, the French possibly are even further ahead than they were before.
Definitely, they've been sailing away this downwind.
Yeah, amazing.
But we also see the close cross here. We have the Germans. We have the Poland just going behind the German boat. I don't remember who was first of them at the top mark.
I'm not sure. Let's have a think about that in a moment. Let's just focus on France 16, because I think they're not far from crossing the finish line, and this will be a dominant victory for Erwan, Fischer and Clément Péquin. The 2024 World Champions are right back on form again. Well done to the French, and a little high five between them. That's still a special moment even for this team, who have won so many world title races in the past. And this is going to help with their bid to win another world title, because they started the day in 16th, but the gaps were really close. We haven't said anything about New Zealand 94 in this race. Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, who were leading coming into the day. So the points are going to close up. Poland 19 coming in now, a long way behind the French. I can't believe the the French lead. Incredible. Who do you think won that? It was. Oh, we're not quite there, are we? It looks like Germany.
Germany, Americans. So Poland actually lost 2 boats. I was just checking. Poland was second at the top mark, so they actually lost 2 boats by that move. And
yeah. So that port jibe was not good after all. Uruguay across in 5th place. Another French boat about to come across in 6th. And there is Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, 7th place. Not too bad after all. So that will be, I don't know if it'll be enough to move them back into the lead. It depends where the Australians are. There go China and Austria 28. And another Polish boat, followed possibly by Australia. I don't know if that's Australia just getting their kite down now. Or it might be New Zealand 45.
Oh, there we see Australia 25. That was a very bad race for them. It will probably be their discard. They were having a 10th as their worst score, but that looked like that was a bit more than 10.
It goes to show that no one is finding it easy out here.
Yeah, that was a 17th for them, so definitely their discard.
Yeah. So we've only got 1 race to go, and remember, this is the battle to get into the top 10 for the final racing tomorrow afternoon. Australia 25, just at the bottom of screen, they were our new leaders after winning the previous race. They're still going to be well up there. They have no worries about making the top 10, but there's a lot of class teams that will be worried about whether or not they make the cut today. A couple of French teams started the day in 11th and 12th, Lucas Ruel and Emile Amoros, and the other team, Theo Reville and Gauthier Telliot. Here are the confirmation of our winners, Erwan, Fischer and Clément Péquin, absolutely dominating that race for France. And then Germany's Schiel and Felker, Germany 22, stealing 2nd place, with USA 43, Mulleris and Bornath actually having a better finish than they did in the previous race, which they've been leading. And the losers from that last downwind leg, Buksak and Gwush. I did ask, it's Gwush is how you say Gwozddz. And Hernan Umpia and Fernando Dietz from Uruguay in 5th place. Menzies and Lee Rush.
Yeah, and I also saw here in the list that Germany 11, Richard Schulteis and Fabi Rieger had a very bad race, ending 18th in that, and they were 3rd going into this day.
So I hope our backroom boffins can help us do the maths on who's going to be on the cusp this time round. It takes us a while to get the updated results, so we can't give you those calculations straight away, but it's going to be really good to find out.
Yeah, and we also have this magical cut here at 10 both final tomorrow. So it's a really important race to finish off the day.
Now, I understand we might have an interview with the French winners of that race. Is that right?
Erwan, you look super tired, but you managed to win that race. Tell us, how was it out there?
Yeah, the wind was super shifty. We had to make a lot of maneuvers, so yeah, a little bit tired. I don't remember how many takes we do at the last wind, but that was tiring. Yeah.
And you look a little bit out of it, but you definitely were doing something right out there. How was it for you at the front of the boat, Clément?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We trust our project, that we say at the beginning of the race. We want to get the right side of the area, so we decided to start on port. And yeah, we feel pretty happy about this first win of race for this World Championship for us. So yeah, we need to continue like this.
Yeah, awesome. Do you want to say a quick word in French for the French public watching?
Et merci à tous de nous suivre, c'est trop cool. En tout cas, on est super heureux de naviguer ici en France, à la maison, à Quiberon. Super conditions, j'espère que vous savourez les manches et on va tout donner pour la dernière manche de finale.
Et continuez à nous supporter, c'est trop bien.
Bonne chance, les gars.
Merci.
Well done, the French. They look like they're having fun out there. 2 lovely guys as well. We're very blessed that sailors are generally a nice bunch of athletes, and I know that because journalists who come into sailing from other sports, when they've been around football or Formula One or tennis or whatever else, they very often say that sailors are the nicest bunch of people. Can you imagine, Rebecca?
Yeah, I can actually. I think it makes you humble, have to travel the world and do your own logistics and ask other countries for help, and wherever you go, you stay for a long time, which kind of makes it feel a bit like home. So, yeah.
Yeah, and sailors have to be very self-reliant, don't they? And when you've stood on the podium and received your medal on a good day, or maybe you're just standing in the crowd congratulating those that did win the medals, you've then got the hard work of packing up the boat, putting it into a 40-foot container. It could be pouring with rain. You've somehow got to have everything dry before it goes into the container. And you've got this horrible aftermath, or maybe you enjoy it. Did you enjoy the 40-foot container pack-ups?
Absolutely not, because as you said, it was every time for some reason it was raining. So you just knew that when you open the doors again, it will definitely not be a nice smell.
Not a nice smell, and probably things have been growing in there as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that is the hard side of Olympic campaigning. Here we are with the top mark replay. Germany 22, Meggendorfer and Spranger leading in the early stages. But this was the move. France 16 doing about 10 boat lengths of sailing on starboard before they decide to jibe. And Meggendorfer and Spranger are just sailed around by the French, who really judged that downwind run to perfection. And the French have so much upwind speed, they then get this little header on the right hand side and it moves them further ahead in the lead. Here's the race back in the pack, and you can see the French having to put the bow down as the header hits, and they seem to be in right place, right time. They're very much in sync, the French, with the French weather here in Quiberon.
Yeah, and I think it must be extra special for them winning races here. I know it's maybe not their home water, but it's still in France, and it's always special to be winning races at your home country.
Yes, I suppose you didn't get the chance to do that in Sweden. We didn't have a Worlds in Sweden while you were campaigning.
No, and actually Vilma and I was very bad in sailing at home in Sweden. We really pushed the training together with our training squad, and I think we only sailed 1 or 2 days in Sweden in 3 years, and one of them was because of media day. So we were very spoiled with the sailing on warmer places.
Yeah, and you complain about, well, you don't complain, but you do say that you struggle with the cold. And so it's unfortunate, really, to be born in Sweden and find that you have a, what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word. Metabolism that doesn't really deal with the cold that well.
Yeah, exactly. And last week when I was home, I was still walking around in the winter jackets, and everyone was already taking out the spring jackets. But I hold on to the winter one.
Do you think if you were racing out there and crewing on a 49er FX that you'd be bare-armed today?
I was almost never bare arm, but I would definitely not be as warm or having as much clothes as the others. I preferred moving than being warm.
Oh, did you? That was a price worth paying to have that extra mobility.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we just saw in the background here the replay from the last race, and we've definitely seen another type of race course than we saw with the FX. It looks like the breeze is up a little bit, and we have bigger shifts and bigger holes.
We're going to have a quick ad break, and we will be back to you very shortly.
Yeah.
So we have one more race coming up this afternoon. This is going to be the final Gold Fleet race for 49er competition. You know your maths, and you know that 25 doesn't go into 10, and there are going to be 15 disappointed teams at the end of the afternoon, the 15 that don't make it into finals racing tomorrow. And there's too much quality to squeeze all these amazing teams into that top 10. There's going to be some really high quality disappointment this afternoon. We haven't had a lot to say today, for example, about Denmark 3, Jonas Vara and Matthias Lemsleten. He was 46 years old last year when Jonas Vara got the bronze medal for Denmark, making a comeback. He was one who won the gold medal in Beijing 2008, became Olympic champion all the way back in 2008, retired, decided he hadn't had enough of 49er racing and came back. A bit like Jonas Seaton. I don't know what it is about these Danes that they can't stay away. They win a medal and then they retire and then they come back a few years later. But Jonas Vara, we're not hearing much about him today, are we?
No, we haven't really seen him in the front of the pack. We would maybe expect him, just like we saw earlier today with the FX, the Danes pushing out a little bit more, liking these shifty conditions, just as they have at home.
Yeah. There they are. There they are in picture, Denmark 3, right next to the committee boat. Any others that you thought we might be talking more about?
No, I think...
I'll throw one at you. Yeah. Sebastian Schneider and Arnaud de Plante, they were having... they sailed really well on that windy day.
Yeah, and also the first day they were doing very well. They were still coming with that F50 vibe from Bermuda, and it seems like it's slowly coming off.
Yeah. I mean, they just looked unstoppable in the breezy stuff. Their boat handling looked impeccable. But the funny thing about sailing is that you need to be so multi-skilled, and on a day like today, everyone's got the boat handling required, right? Because it's not super difficult. I mean, it is difficult for most human beings, but not these 25 teams. It's not going to be good boat handling that sets the good apart from the bad today, is it?
No, definitely not. And we would expect a very high standard from all these boats. I think it would be more of a surprise when we see that they do a bad tack or a jibe, or we also see how they're all perfectly lined up on the start. So we're having really high expectations on this fleet.
So it's more tactical decisions and spotting the wind that is the key message today. And you said earlier that when you sailed Sweden 77 with Vilma Bobak, that typically you'd like to line up somewhere near the committee boat, maybe 3 or 4 down from the committee boat, give yourself that early option to tack out to the right. And am I right in thinking that France 16 started on port in that last race? Were they one of the port tack duckers?
I think so. At least we saw one of the French boats coming out there doing a port tack start.
I think
and what was very
them.
Interesting as well was just to highlight how important the decision making is on a day like today, when we have a lot of different wind directions and strength. Is the Uruguay boat. They had a very bad start, had to tack 2 times. They were being tacked at, and they still found the pace, and I think we're fourth. Or fifth.
Yeah, fifth across the line, and they were already up in the top 5 by the first swim of March. So that was an incredible recovery by Uruguay after such a poor start. And it's funny how sailing goes like that sometimes.
Yeah, we have 3.5 minutes left before we start this final race of the day, and almost all the boats are up here at the committee boat. So it definitely looks like we have a right shift right now, and no one is really tempted to go further down on the start line.
Does that mean that they should actually cancel this start and maybe move the pin end up a little bit? It just, the way that the fleet is lining up, they've got no interest in the other end of the line whatsoever.
No, it could also be that they see what we can't really see here, is that it's a big pressure there on the right hand side, and but it definitely looks like a trend of the boats being a bit more towards the committee boat.
Look at that. The poor people in the rib at this end flying the orange flag. No one loves them this time.
No, and they've been having quite a tough time, many of the other races, having wings just coming above the protons of the boats.
Yeah, it's a hazardous place to be sometimes. But Germany 21 on the right of our picture, the only boat that's showing any interest whatsoever in this end of the line, and even they're sailing back towards the rest of the fleet, not wanting to be the ugly duckling. But look at that, it's so bunched towards that end. And I would think, if I need to do something extraordinary in this last race, I might as well just gamble on doing a midline start away from everybody else and hoping there's a bit of a left shift.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 150 to go, and everyone won't fit at that committee boat. So I think the closer to start we come, people will have a look at just getting away from the start.
Are there any teams that you used to race against that when you absolutely had to win the spot next to the committee boat were the team that did that they really owned that end?
I can't come and think about anyone right now, but what we get on the screen right now is that it is actually a postponement, and it looks like they're going to change the starting line to get a more even start for this last race.
Yeah, that's not that much of a surprise, is it? Let's go to highlights from day 2. Let's just fill in the gap while we wait for the line to reset. So if we can get second day highlights, that would be nice. Day 2 of the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships brought heavy weather with more than 25 knots gusting across the Bay of Quiberon. There was a real sense of excitement around the boat park early this morning as competitors prepared themselves for what was ahead. In the end though, the 49er FX and Nacra 17 fleets were held ashore while the 49ers headed out into the full force of the bay. And the conditions were every bit as brutal as expected. White caps stretched across the bay, big breeze, big waves, and full metal skiff sailing. The heavy air specialists came alive. Swiss 77 Sebastian Schneider and Arno de Planta delivered a standout performance with a first and second place finish today in their qualifying group, launching themselves up into second overall in the standings. GBR4 and Denmark 6 also won races, making statement performances in really difficult conditions. But at the top, Austria 28 continued to lead the championship heading into day 3, showing remarkable consistency across both yesterday's medium breeze and today's survival conditions. With discards now coming into play, the leaderboard saw huge shifts throughout the fleet. Sailors recovering from difficult opening days suddenly found themselves right back in the fight. And one of the biggest movers was Island 99, capitalising on today's conditions with a second and third, showing absolutely no fear in the extreme conditions out on the racecourse. Join us again tomorrow as day 3 of the competition continues. Day 3 in Quiberon, and for the competitors in the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships, this was the biggest, nastiest, hardest, toughest day yet. In the 49er FX women's skiff, GBR 24 strengthened their position at the top of the leaderboard, but there's no room to relax. Denmark 13 and Germany 10, along with the rest of the fleet, are snapping hard at those British heels. In the 49er fleet, we saw just one race completed today. Austria 28 continued to hold the overall lead with another solid result, but it was a tougher day for China 33, who will be hoping to carry today's score as a discard later in the regatta. Across the 49er qualifying fleets, Poland 64, Denmark 6 and Denmark 4 each took bullets in their respective races, making the most of a short but high pressure day on the water. And in the Nacra 17 catamaran, it was pedal to the metal sailing. Australia 5 came flying out of the gate with a world-class performance in the first race of the day, building a sizable lead even after the Swedish teams had dominated the start line. But at the top of the leaderboard, the local experts from France 51 remain in control. Behind them, Italy 98 are clawing their way back into contention and now sit second overall, even if they're carrying a 12th place result that they'll be looking to discard. If they can drop that score, the Italians could very quickly leap to the top of the standings. That's it for day 3. For Friday onwards, follow us on the live stream, and on Friday we'll be getting right into the action as we start Gold Fleet racing in the skiff classes. Day 4 of the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships, and after the boat-breaking weather on Thursday, softer breeze for the opening day of Gold Fleet racing in the skiffs. A mix of light to medium winds greeted the sailors, with the top 25 49ers first onto the race course for their Gold Fleet racing. Flat water and fast speeds made for intense battle across the fleet. In the lighter, more tactical conditions, mistakes proved costly and many teams were forced to lean heavily on their discard scores. New Zealand 94 and Australia 25 both found their groove today and now sit first and second overall respectively. A great performance for the teams from down under. While Germany 11 delivered when it mattered the most, taking a bullet in the final race of the day to secure third in the overall rankings. In the Nacra 17 fleet racing, there were some runaway victories. Argentina dominated the opening race of the day with a huge winning margin of more than 500 metres. Sweden 14 hit an upwind foiling mode that launched them into the lead of the next race, giving Jerud and Jönsson a big boost up the leaderboard. In the third and final race of the session, Finland 13 found impressive pace to take the final Nacra 17 bullet of the afternoon in a tighter, more closely fought battle. At the top, the championship fight remains incredibly close. France 51 continue to lead overall, but after a great day, Italy 98 are right there behind the French, just 2 points separating the top teams as they head into the last day of Gold Fleet racing. Saturday offers the last opportunity for teams to break into the top 10, which is what they're going to need to do if they're going to contest the medals on Sunday. Three minutes 45 to go, and the line has been reset for that big shift, and hopefully we'll see this fleet spread out more across the whole length of the line. That will be the sign that the race committee have got their course change right, and that's what we hope to see in a moment. 7 to 9 knots of wind from the west here in Quiberon. My name is Andy Rice, and with me is Olympic silver medalist Rebecca Netzler from Sweden. And Rebecca, this is a critical race. We've got leaders re-established, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush from New Zealand back in the lead. But tell us what's going on in that battle for making it into the top 10.
I mean, we always want to look at the top 3 boats, but I think for this race, it's almost even more exciting to be looking further down in the result lists. We have only...
Oh, keep on going, but yeah, AP flag, so another postponement.
We only have a few points between the 10th, so we have 76 points to China right now, being on 10th spot, and 80 points for France, 95, Lucas Real and Emily Amores to take that last spot in the medal race.
Well, they're in 14th, right? So let's look. Between 8th place, the Polish in 8th place, they're on 75 points, and you go all the way to 14th place. So there's only between 7 teams, there's only 5 points difference. And we could, that's just one example. We could go higher up the order and lower down the order. But the fundamental story is that there are probably 10 teams, 10 of these 25 teams, that are looking at relegation or promotion, depending on whether they can get above or fall below that 10th spot. So there's a lot riding on this race. It's going to be very difficult for us to keep you updated as to who exactly does make the final 10. but we will be trying to keep an eye on that as well as the action that takes place at the front of this race.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very exciting going into this last race, and I'm not even sure that the sailors know how tight it is, and sometimes it's good to know, and sometimes you better not know.
Just go in, eyes down, do what you need to do, which is be as fast as possible and get as high up the results order as you possibly can. But sometimes you need to know if you've got one boat on the left and one boat on the right, you can't cover both of them. You need to know which of the boats is your closest rival for taking a spot. So it sometimes is useful to know who your direct rivals are, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And by saying all this, how tight the points is to get into that top 10 position, then we also know that with the new point system where it will be divided tomorrow, it will be as tight in the whole two final races for tomorrow.
And now that you're on this side of the booth, when this side of the TV screen and not in the picture, I know that you're a little bit more excited about these final day Jeopardy kind of formats than you might have been as a competitor.
Yeah, I definitely think it's putting more pressure on the sailors, which is very exciting sitting in here.
Did you enjoy the pressure? Do you like these close calls and tight situations?
Yeah, we actually didn't get them so many times, and I think maybe that's the reason why we have this very new system that is squeezing the points together. It wasn't many medal races we went into actually that we could lose the medal, except on the medal on the Olympics.
So often you had battles with the Dutch, Adele van Aanholt and Annette Duits. They ended up getting the gold medal just ahead of you in that really dramatic finish to the medal race. They I seem to remember, made a mistake about where they thought the finish was. You, I seem to remember, were quite sure about where the finish was. Is this correct?
Yeah, we saw that it was a different course on the committee boat, so we checked and it was it was a reach finish, going through the gate and reach finished.
And I remember maybe Ben Ramoka, the class manager, was more cross about this than any of the competitors, but I remember him saying how ridiculous it was that you spend a whole 4-year cycle doing a straight up and down course like we're doing here this week at the Worlds, and then for the Olympics you have the same thing, except you have this dogleg reach to the finish. And at one point I have sympathy for Ben's point of view, that why would you suddenly change things just for the Olympics? But at the same time, it really surprises me that some of the teams were caught out by that. Surely you read and you double read the sailing instructions, and you make sure that your coach has read and double read the sailing instructions, and you go out there that morning and you say, remember, there's a reach at the end. It staggers me that people can miss that stuff. So which side of the argument do you sit?
No, I don't know. With looking back, I think we went out on the day before the medal race actually happened in the end, trying to do, but it wasn't enough pressure to actually finish that medal race. So we got postponed to the next day, but already on the day before we could see on the starting vessel that it was another finish and another race course being signed. So I think that was
how was that shown to you on the race committee boat?
So on all the race committee boats, I think we can't see it now. I think it's displayed on the other side. We see the whiteboard there. It's L2 normally written, and that means our upwind and gate and normal finish, or just downwind finish. And at the Olympics, it was LR2, which means that it's to the right, to the finish. And I remember when we saw it that we were thinking, oh, that makes sense, because it makes it so much easier for the audience to actually see who is coming around and winning the race than when everyone is coming from different directions looking downwind.
Okay.
And now we actually had to round the mark and then do a reach to the finish line, so it was very clear who was leading and winning that race.
So it gives you that clarity of who's won gold, who's won silver, who's won bronze. But it doesn't give you those photo finishes that we've seen at times today, presumably. It's to take away the possibility of or the likelihood of a photo finish, would you say?
I think it's more for the audience that even though it is a photo finish, you can only see it on the screen. And I think in Marseille it was such a fantastic venue. I know we struggled a little bit with the pressure during the Olympic weeks, and it was quite a few races that got postponed. But the good thing with this reach to the finish was that you could ask the audience, because we had so much people standing on the land to watch. It was really clear for them who was coming first and second.
I asked Nick Douglas, otherwise known as Sailor Girl, a very good Australian commentator and journalist. She was running the park, the Olympic Park in Marseille. How much did the spectators care about watching the racing live from the shore? And she said they were watching the big screen. The racing was, no matter how close it was to the shore, it wasn't close enough to really make it a live spectacle. So they were watching the action on the big screen. And what I heard from some of the sailors was that if you only moved the racing maybe 200 or 300 meters further offshore, you'd have had much fairer racing, and it would have been a better quality TV spectacle for the rest of the world. So we seem to be having the same dilemma about Los Angeles 2028, about having good spectator viewing for the people on the shore. But are we really going to compromise the quality of the live global TV coverage for those few people that are paying tickets to watch it live? And I struggle to understand how we're still having this discussion about where we're going to put the priority, because in my view there is no compromise to be made. You do what you need to do to have the best TV quality that you can, because that's how we're going to be judged.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what was so incredible in Marseille, maybe, I don't know, because I was sailing, but we had so many people standing there. I think we had up to 35 people coming from Sweden cheering us on, and we really felt that support going in and out of the harbor, and sailing down from the finish line towards the crowd.
So you felt that. So are you saying that it's valid to keep the racing close to the shore, and that should be kept as a priority?
I'm not sure if it's have to be a priority, but I just felt how amazing it is to really feel and hear the crowd. A little bit like we've seen some pictures from how it was in Weymouth, where it was a lot of people. I don't think it have to be a priority, but when it's possible, I definitely think it's worth it.
I've had a message from Ben Rebecca, and he says even the TV broadcast showed it to be a windward leeward at the game. So even the TV was putting out the incorrect. They were putting it out as an L2, not an LR2. So that message didn't get through to everybody, even on TV. Sorry, slightly separate point from what we were talking about with whether it's live spectating or TV spectating that takes precedence. I know that these things are all being addressed heavily after Marseille, and that hopefully the sport goes in the right direction after Marseille. I personally enjoyed that games. I don't know about you. I enjoyed it, but I was glad that I was telling that picture in words rather than in pictures, because I think making it look interesting through a camera lens or a TV camera was quite difficult. But one of the benefits of writing is that you can paint a picture with words, and no one ever has to look at how awful the sailing was at times.
Yeah, I think the FX class was very lucky with the conditions. I thought we had great sailing, some light wind days and some more breeze days, but that was generally Marseille. I think we trained there a lot the last 3 years. I remember being there the first time for a very long period, 2022. Vilma was even there earlier, sailing the Junior World Championships, and no day was like the other.
And Marseille, when it's good, it's really good, isn't it? And it was so good. All the images of the training leading up to the games were amazing, because it was so windy and wavy, and it was at times survival conditions. But when the heat really hits that concrete city, and that bubble of heat sits over Marseille, the wind arrives and it just blows over the top of the city, and that's more or less what happened for the fortnight of the Olympic regatta, and we never saw the best of Marseille, unfortunately.
Yeah, I totally agree. It was unfortunate that we didn't get this the last how it was for us leading, because we really enjoyed the sailing there.
let's come back to the action that's about to ensue. Here we got 3 minutes 30 seconds to go, and here are the top 12 as they stand. So from left to right, we got New Zealand in the lead, Menzies and Lee Rush ahead of Price and Paul from Australia. Fischer and Péquin's victory in that last race moves the French up to third, and Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken, the three-time world champions from the Netherlands, are up to fourth. Germany's Megendorfer and Spranger in fifth. Austria's Pretner and Flackberger sixth. Staniel and Storch from Poland seventh. Buksak and Gwusch also from Poland in eighth. And then Schulteis and Rieger from Germany in ninth. Wen and Liu in China currently holding the 10th spot, the coveted 10th spot, which means that Umpierre and Ditz from Uruguay in 11th and Reville and Tellieu from France are the first ones knocking on the door, looking to get their way past the Chinese and the others at the bottom of this top 10. And below that, there are a number of others that we'll be watching very closely. For example, Theo, we just mentioned Theo Reville and Gautier Tellieu. James Grummett and Ross Horse from Great Britain, fourth in the last Worlds, currently in 13th, but only 3 points away from the top 10. Lucas Ruel and Emile Amoros from France, former European champions, in 14th. The Danish, Frederik Rask and Jakob Prak Jensen, just back from them. So, I've said it before, 25 into 10 doesn't go. It's indivisible. So someone is going to have to come home disappointed. 15 teams are not going to make it in. 10 teams will, and they will go forward to contest the medals on day 6 of the 49er World Championships in Quiberon in the north of France. We've got just 1 minute 50 to go. Just if you are enjoying this, do tell your friends that they're about to see a really exciting race in the 49ers. Share on Instagram, on YouTube, and join our newsletter at 49er.org/subscribe, and also think about making a donation to 49er.org/gift if you want to see more of this racing shown on these live streams in the future. Rebecca, how is the line shaping up? Do you think it's starboard or port biased?
I think right now we still see a tendency for the boats to be here at the committee boat, but it's definitely more boats down to the pin, and they look kind of comfortable there as well. So I think this adjustment to the starting line was definitely a good one, even though it was a little bit of a delay. But we really want a fair race now, and it's so much on stake. Absolutely.
Denmark 3 looking pretty good for this committee boat and line. It's not quite as hard contested as it was, but it's still looking busy at this end. And Germany 11, Richard Schulteis and Fabian Rieger, bottom left of your picture, they are jibing away. And Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, they're also turning downwind and looking for another spot further along the line. 25 seconds to go. A late charge in by New Zealand, 45. That is Coots and Gunn.
It definitely looks like we have plenty of boats here setting up for a port tack start, and it will be interesting to see where they're able to punch through the line.
Yes, I'm trying to remember. There was someone who did that really well in the last race. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. And it looks like a clear start. It's a great start for Ireland 99. Poland 64 going for the port tack start behind the fleet. And Netherlands 2 also going for a port tack start off the committee boat end. Absolute classic 49er move. And already looking good for doing that. It looks like the breeze is heading slightly for the Dutch. So if it heads for the rest, that's going to be a good move for the three-time world champions Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken out on the far side. But Ireland, their pin end start has rewarded them with stretching away from the rest of the fleet. They're looking really good coming out towards the left-hand side. Robert Dixon and Sean Wadilove.
Yeah, we also have Uruguay and Australia 25 there in the middle of our screens, a little further up, getting a beautiful start, and definitely two boats that we want to keep an extra eye on this race, as Harry Price and Max Paul are looking to get that
overall lead.
Exactly, they want to get it back.
The Dutch looking good here. Austria just to windward, caving in slightly towards the Dutch line. And Ireland have tacked and managed to cross the other boats. So really good start by Rob Dixon and Sean Wadilove. They're in 17th place at the moment. I wonder where this could get them to. If they could win this race, maybe they would have a sniff of getting into the top 10. I fear that even with a race win, it might just be a road too far, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think that will be a lot for them to wish for, but at least it's a step for them in the right direction after having a little harder season, except in here.
That's right. They had a really good year, getting the silver medal behind the Chinese just a month ago, and their campaign is certainly back on track. But will they do enough now to get into the top 10? Look how good the Irish look at the bottom of our screen. They've got clear air to leeward of them, and they're going nicely.
Yeah, and we saw one boat sailing on starboard. It was almost only one boat doing it, and that's our current, and that was New Zealand 45.
Matthias Coutts and Oscar Gunn.
They unfortunately don't have a chance for that top 10 final.
Well, this is the team lying in 4th place overall. This is Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken. That port tack start just ahead of the committee boat has put them in a really good position over on the right-hand side. Just bending their legs, not quite full power conditions.
No, we can see in the back of the boom how the 2 blocks on the boom and on the bridle is very tight together, which is why the crew will have to bend their legs.
And they're very low on the trapeze, giving themselves very little margin for error.
Yeah, by trapezing very low and still be bending, it means that as soon as you start stretching again, you get back to that maximum power. So many don't want to hire themselves on the trapeze if they really don't have to, because then they have to lower themselves again to come back to that maximum power.
It's one of those things, it looks really easy when they do it. It's so easy to dump yourself in the water. So they make it look very straightforward there.
Yeah, and you also see how shifty the conditions are. The Bart really have to steer up sometimes to really catch the wind and get the maximum height, because they are a little bit, when you are in that position, you really want to gain as much height as well possible to not divide too much with the fleet.
You don't want to have to let that main sheet out, do you? You want to try and keep the boat flat, but not have to ease the mainsail.
Exactly, and especially in these conditions when you're really trying to squeeze out. And here we almost see a bit more pressure. It looks like they can be standing a bit more straight all the time. They also have the more freedom of moding a bit more on this upwind with a bit more space to leeward.
And yeah, letting that boom out a little bit more does suggest that they've got marginally more power on this side of the race course. Poland 19 possibly going slightly quicker than the Dutch on the far side of the race course. And now that I know how to say his name, Matthias Gusch, I mean, there is a whoosh to that name.
Yeah, and it definitely looks good for them now, just like the 2 Danish boats. We talked a little bit about Jonas Varre earlier, and now he really wants us to talk about him showing himself here in the front.
Yeah, I've known him for so long. I love to see the 2008 Olympic champion doing well. Jonas Varre sailing with Matthias Slayton, just going into attack. Both Danish boats have now tacked. And there's GBR4, James Grummett and Ross Hawes. They're one of these boats that are fighting hard to get into the top 10. They started this race in 13th place overall, but only 3 points behind the Chinese, who were in 10th. So these are critical moments for GBR4 on the left of your picture.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing with elite sport like this is just like whenever it matters the most, you see the really strong teams pulling it together and showing that it's never over and that they earn that top 10 spot.
That's absolutely right. Australia 25 and New Zealand 94, both going across left to right in our picture. Those are the 2 Australasian teams battling it out for first and second in the overall standings. Looks like the boats we were looking at just then were already on ley line, so I think Australia and New Zealand are possibly sailing over ley line just to find clear air. Here's a critical cross for Poland. Are they going to be able to get across ahead of Denmark 6? Probably not.
No, it looks like it will be an easy cross for Denmark heading out. It looks like they will have to do at least 2 more tacks, the Danish boat, before they come to the top mark.
Is Poland going to go for cross on Denmark 3? It looks like it might do, and it might get away with it. Oh no, they're going to tack. I suspect they didn't really want to tack there. So Poland on the left-hand side hasn't done as well as maybe I'd thought. So possibly these are the strongest boats that we're looking at here. Germany 22.
Also putting in a very good performance today. Really want to climb up to that top 3. We also see a mark there all the way to the right, and it looks like they are on a perfect ley line.
Yes, it looks like Germany might make it in 1. Netherlands 2, just to leeward of them, or quite some way to leeward, might struggle to make it in 1, but we'll see.
It also a little bit looks like we have a bit of pressure coming ahead there on the top left. Not sure how it's looking, but we have the Danish boat really sticking out there in the front, being the first boat heading to that pressure.
I wonder if Germany 22, bottom of picture, have actually overstood by quite a large margin.
Yeah, I definitely look from this perspective as the ley line isn't hard for them. But it was kind of interesting to see as well. Denmark definitely needs to be tacking again if it's no massive shifts coming. And by the looks of it, it will kind of be an easy cross with the Polish. And we see there the Polish and the Danes, they're still battling out there. Denmark 3, Jonas Warre wasn't tacking out again. He's surviving there on the Polish hip.
It's interesting that all of the front runners, as things stand right now, all the front 4 are in this really tight battle for the top 10. So we've got some who are just on the inside of it, like Poland 19, who are currently 8th. We've got China, who are currently 10th. And then we've got James Grommet and Ross Hors, who are in 13th. And Frederik Rask and Jakob Prek Jensen, Denmark 6, who have just tacked in. They are going to go round in first place. They are back in 15th. So I wonder, if Denmark 6 were able to win this race, would that be enough to squeak them inside the top 10 for tomorrow's racing? Here goes GBR4 trying to get round in a really tight situation. Have they got away with it? That's very marginal. It depends on whether Poland 19 think that the British infringed. The British have gone straight for a jibe set. Trying to go round behind them. Bit of an hourglass, but it doesn't last for long. But bit of an expensive jibe set when you've got all that bad air to get through.
Oh, here we see the French 16 as well. We had such a comfortable win in the last race, struggling a bit more in this race.
They certainly are, but they're in 3rd overall. Surely they are not under threat of going out of the top 10. Surely they've done enough to stay, even with a bad score. But it's looking very difficult, as you say, for France 16, just about to go around the windward mark.
And our current 1 and 2 in the overall standing were just rounding at the same time. It was almost like they've been having a bit of match racing. I don't think so, but they were definitely rounding further back in the fleet than what we see them before.
Yeah,
today.
It's funny how that happens sometimes, isn't it? France 95, I fear that for Lucas Ruel and Emile Amoros, maybe their opportunity is gone. There's some way at the back. We're back with Netherlands 2, looking like they're in some of the best breeze on the racetrack at the moment. Breeze is all over the place. I feel like there's gusts and lulls all the way across this race course.
Yeah, we see on the orange kite there, just jibed a little bit later, don't look as comfortable as the Dutch boat. And it would be interesting to see we'll get across with Denmark 6, but looking at the tracking, it's almost like we have a new leader, but it will be very tight between the Dutch boat and the Danish boat.
A lot of body separation between Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken. Bart way at the back of the wing and Floris quite a bit further forward.
Yeah, I think Floris is just working the boat a bit front and back, and he's really having the space, and Bart is being locked in to really be concentrated on sailing the boat. But it just looked like they crossed in front, and we have a new leader in this race.
Yes, and that is the Dutch. They've done just enough to get ahead of the Danish, who we're looking at now. Denmark 6, who are leading around the top mark. They need probably to win this race to have any chance of going through to getting into the top 10. But maybe a top 3 will be enough. Really depends how the chips fall for the other teams behind them. So Rask and Jensen are very much on the cusp right now. Second in this race might still be enough to squeak them through into the top 10.
Yeah, and with this leading position for the Dutch right now, they're really putting an attack in on Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush and Harry Price, Max Paul, that is 1 and 2 in the overall standing right now.
Yes, that's a really good point. I wonder if Netherlands 2 were to win this race, would they move into the overall lead and wear the yellow bibs going into the final day? Nice drive by Denmark 6. Just what they need to do. You won't be so impressed with the black Pro Grip. Should be red Pro Grip in the bottom of the boat, shouldn't it,
Yeah,
Rebecca?
I know that these guys were having it before, as I think it was Jonas and Jacob's old boat that was with Danish. Maybe they felt now that wasn't working for them and they had to go a bit darker and went
a bit old school.
Oh,
what's happened
no!
here?
Who is that? What's that?
It's the Dutch,
it's
is it?
the Dutch capsizing.
Crikey.
Oh my God.
How on earth would that happen?
So quick on the centerboard though, but I think that was it for that race. I'm not sure, but the kite is already in and they're full hiking to get that boat up again, but capsizing on the downwind, that is really slow. It takes such a long time for the boat to get around. And maybe they can just save it from going around the full way. They're really doing everything they can.
I wonder if there was any gear failure. I mean, it looked like they were just going in a straight line. I can't imagine what happened there.
Yeah, I also did see if they were maybe jibing and they got out of sync and ended up with different situation, but it definitely, that was not what we were expecting and definitely not what they were expecting.
So now you wonder, Meggendorfer and Spranger, who we're looking at now going around towards the left side of the course, well, they started the race in 5th, and they're now vying for the lead. I wonder if Meggendorfer and Spranger could be our new overall leaders as things stand.
This really took a turn, and we also see Denmark. They were split at the gate. We have Denmark going one direction, we have the Germans going another, and the race is really not over.
China doing well enough to hang in there in the top 10, I feel, that we've seen them just go round. That's probably good enough for them to stay in the top 10 for the final day. There's some boats really stretched on the left-hand side. It looks like the breeze has come in. They're struggling to hold their ley line, so the breeze is picking up. And I think the left-hand side of the racecourse is looking like where the strongest wind is right now.
Yeah, and it also looks here on the tracking, we don't see it right now, but it looks like the Dutch have got the boat up, but they are very far behind. They're not last, but they are, of course, very far away from the top bunch right now.
Yes, well, that could be the deciding moment that worked against them for winning this World Championship, or we could see that the I'm trying to find the right word, the opportunities of the last day, the new format that we've got, they might still be able to come back and win.
Yeah, they didn't have a great race, the race before ending 21, so they already have one discard, so the next points will probably be counting for them, so that was really a disaster.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, this is playing nicely into the hands of Germany 22, Jakob Meggendorfer and Andreas Spranger. Will they be able to get across the front of Denmark? Possibly not, but either way, Germany 22 could well be vying for the overall lead of this championship. That's how quickly things are changing out here.
Yeah, I was getting a message from the very experienced Mark Pickle that was watching, and he said it looked like a trapeze broke on the Dutch boat. Nothing that we can confirm right now, but it's definitely something to talk about. And we're coming up to another close cross, and that was just the German boat crossing in front of the Danes. So the race is full on.
Do you think they asked for permission to cross? Does that happen?
I think it happens, but I wouldn't expect them to agree on that right now, as it's so tight in this top battle. We also see that we have the Polish 19 coming here from the left, don't want to be outside of this top battle.
I've also had the same message to me from Craig Mitchell, very experienced umpire who's working here for Germany. He also thinks it was a snap trapeze line, so that probably was it.
It just looked like we have a new lead change. We had the Polish going in front of both the Danish and the Germans, but it's definitely a tight race right now, and everyone wants to be in that top 10. We'll see. We get another cross. This is a lot of tacking right now. It's a bit a long day, but luckily they're fit enough.
What's Germany going to do this time? Are they going to go for the duck? Surely they're going to go for the duck.
We see also here in the right screen the Chinese. We also wants to be in this battle, and it's it really took a turn.
So nominally it's Poland 19 who are the new leaders of this race, Buksak and Głusz, but they've got one more manoeuvre to do than the other two boats out the other side, the Danish and the Germans. The Chinese tack in 4th place, further over on the right hand side of your picture. Poland still coming out this way. There's obviously something out this way that they like the look of. They look a little bit lifted. Maybe they feel that they don't have the opportunity to tack right now. Here we are with China. Chinese have sailed really well this year. They're winning the gold medal at Semaine Olympique Française a month ago here in the south of France. Now we're in the north of France. Very different kind of conditions. Pretty chilly days here, but a really exciting dynamic race course. There's so much unpredictability on this race course. You've got to keep your wits about you.
And I think it's just the top mark we saw there in the screen, and the Germans just tacked for that ley line, and we saw the Danish boat just tacking below, hoping to make that ley line. It will be interesting if they do, because then it looks like the Germans really sailed some extra distance.
Poland has tacked. They've got their legs bent. They haven't got as much wind as they would like. And now they're coming back on collision course with Denmark and Germany. I wonder if they might just get across the front of Denmark and Germany. Here we go. Here's the moment. Poland 19 holding steady. They think they can make it.
They're at least going for it, but that kind of looks like an easy cross, and they can just take that ley line perfectly. It looks like it's been a shift, as the Germans don't make that ley line anymore. Otherwise, the Polish wouldn't continue as far, and the same with the British.
And it seems like the fact the British have showed up suggests that the left-hand side has paid quite nicely, because the British haven't really been in contention for the lead. And now the British GBR4 is turning this into a four-way battle at the front for this, winning this crucial race. And New Zealand 45 just came into view. So there's others coming in. New Zealand 45 now steal the lead. So the left has paid big time. And now it's Matthias Koets and Oscar Gunn, and it's their chance to shine.
I can't even remember how many lead changes we've been having on this race now. And now even again, the left was paying off, and the Germans were crossing in front of the Polish, even though the Polish just tacked off so early, and the Danes are coming in there as well. And it's really been a big gain on the left side.
So it's all over the place. And Matthias Koets and Oscar Gunn now leading this race with a bright blue spinnaker on the right of picture. So they've really stolen a march on everybody else. Denmark 3 with the orange kite is first to jibe out to the left.
And New Zealand 95 and Australia 25 has been doing some big gains on this left-hand side. We saw them deep in the fleet, and now they're back in the top mix.
And GBR4 has only just gone round. I thought GBR4 was in the top 4, but they're actually more like in about 8th or 9th. So things changing all the time here. And Swiss 77 were having an awful race. They're now almost inside the top 10. They might be in the top 10. France 16 about to go round. They were having an awful race. Still not a great race, but it's not a total disaster anymore. Look at Netherlands 2, recovered from that snap trapeze line, we think, and somehow got ahead of China. I mean, China were in 4th at the Leeuwarden mark. What's happened to China, and how possibly could Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken recover from a capsize and overtake the boat that was in 4th maybe just less than 5 minutes ago?
And also, if it is as we thought, without a trapeze.
Yes, possibly single trapezing.
It almost can't be true. That would be too good to be true.
Yes, we'll have to find out later. So here is Matthias Koets, the Moth World champion from New Zealand. He won the Moth Worlds beginning of last year, I think it was, about 18 months ago. Sailing with Oscar Gunn, a very seasoned Olympic campaigner. And they have had an amazing last beat to move themselves into the lead. They started this race in 23rd overall, so it doesn't matter where they finish in this race. Even if they win this race, we're not going to see them in the final 10. But nice way for these guys to finish, making progress up the fleet.
I also know that Oscar Gunn is so happy to be back in the boat and racing, and he was really looking forward to this event.
Well, he's looking good. He's 27 years old now, but I said to him the other day he's looking younger and younger. So this 49er sailing is doing him some good. There's a bit of power in those jibes. I feel like the breeze is up again.
Yeah, definitely. We also see an orange kite there on the other side. Here we are with the jibe setters or early jibers. And
it looks awful for Britain there.
Yeah, it did look great. And the orange kite, I'm not sure who that is.
I think that's Denmark. That's maybe Denmark 3.
Yeah, it's Denmark 3. You're correct.
So that's Jonas Vara and Matthias Slem. They did an early jibe, and they look like they're in reasonable breeze there.
But what an interesting race. We had so many lead changes, and New Zealand and Australia that we thought were gone there at the gate at one stage where the top mark been bouncing back there in 6th position. And it's far from over.
And China was the big loser. China was in 4th, and China might even be struggling to make the top 10 now because they started this race in 10th. And where China are now, I'm not so sure. Here come our winners. We keep on getting different winners of these races. And this time it is New Zealand's Matthias Koets and Oscar Gunn who take the winner's gun. Congratulations to them. New Zealand 45 are the winners. The black ferns on their backs. They're proud New Zealanders and an up-and-coming team. And across the line in 2nd, it is Denmark 6. They started this race in 15th. Frederik Rask and Jakob Pret Jensen. Have they done enough to scrape into the top 10? Denmark 3 come across in 3rd. And then Germany's Spranger and Meggendorfer. I think they were going to be the new series leaders, but the way that New Zealand and Australia have closed the gap to within just a couple, I think possibly Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush will remain in the lead overall going into the final day. GBR 4 coming across the line. They started this race in 13th. I feel like they have yet to learn their fate. They may have just done enough to get into the top 10. And on the far side, I think it was one of the Polish teams. Was it? I don't know if there's a Poland 21. I thought I saw that, but I'm not sure. And then France coming across. And then how many boats all coming across at once? There go the Dutch on the far side by the committee boat. USA 31 on this side. Switzerland in the middle. And then China. China at the back of this pack. And I fear that might have done for China's chances of getting in the top 10. Very close finish between USA and Germany. And then the Giraffes on GBR 10 just going round the green mark at this end of the line. So there we have it. Rebecca, wow, how dramatic was that?
What a final race of today.
Someone's still coming across the line. Is this one of the French boats?
Yes, we have two French boats. And then we have Richard Schultheis and Fabi Rieger. That was going into this last race in 9th position. Really had to, with the tight points, we will see if not sure this was enough for them to actually make it to the top 10.
I fear that won't be enough. I fear they might be done. But I don't want to make too many certain calls yet. There's the confirmation that Matthias Koets and Oscar Gunn from New Zealand win that race ahead of two Danish teams. And for Rask Jensen, that second place might be just enough to get them up from 15th to somewhere in the top 10. Megendorfer and Spranger, for my money, were leaders of this overall series at the halfway stage of this race. But the fact that Menzies and Lee Rush from New Zealand in 7th and Harry Price and Max Paul in 8th had such a great recovery on that second beat, I think that puts New Zealand back in the lead and probably Australia back into second. And then at the bottom of the top 10, James Grummett, Ross Hors, will they have done enough to get into the top 10? And I think Keanu Pretner and Jakob Flackberger, I think they're fine. I think they'll still be in the final 10 going into tomorrow. So, Rebecca, are we any wiser at the end of the day than we were at the beginning? With a great benefit of hindsight, do we know anything more about how we would get our way around this racecourse, apart from not snapping trapeze wires? We know we shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, what a difference. Even we thought it was difficult on the FX course, and afterwards we were sitting here, yeah, maybe it wasn't that difficult. In the end, it felt like many boats just came from the left. But watching the 49er races, it was a big challenge out there. It was many changes.
Yes, I think everything goes back to zero for me. Anyway, let's find out from those race winners what the winning potion was for them.
Matthias and Oscar, what a race. Final race of Gold Fleet, and you managed to take that win. It was a lot of lead changes. Talk through the race from your perspective.
Well, I think we had about as bad a start as you could possibly have. And then, to be honest, we got out of there somehow okay. And then, yeah, it was really difficult. I think we got a bit lucky we definitely got a bit lucky, to be honest, because like half up the first beat, it was looking a bit ropey, but we just did a few good things, especially on the second beat, that sort of put us back in the mix. And then we just had an opportunity, saw a nice puff on the port lay line and took it. And that was pretty much all it was, really.
Oscar, you were trying to give more speed to the boat. How much was speed important in this race?
I think it was pretty key all day. You know, we just needed to find some space on the course, and when we got on starboard off the start line, there wasn't really a good reason to tax. We were just patient and waited for our lane, and yeah, boat speed felt good today, and yeah, we're pretty happy. A lot of what-ifs, and it was nice to finish up on a good last one.
Definitely good to finish like this. I don't think you quite made it into the top 10, but are you guys going to be following the races tomorrow?
Of course, we'll follow the races. Hopefully our Kiwi lads are still up there and doing well. I think they will be. I'm not 100% sure where they are. Maybe you guys can tell us, but we'll definitely be watching them tomorrow and supporting them. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, great job today, guys, and great. Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
So well done to Matthias Koets and Oscar Gunn winning that race. So Kiwis winning the last race of the day, but another set of Kiwis back in the overall lead, and that's Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, who will carry the yellow bibs into tomorrow. And Harry Price and Max Paul, I'm pretty sure, are still going to be in second overall. We think we've crashed the tracking website with too many viewers, so much as we like to encourage that, can you please go and find something else so that we can get back onto the tracking and find out who's actually made it into the top 10? No, but honestly, we love that you love what we're watching here. It's been a really entertaining day. Here's the replay of the start, and you could see how even it was. And in the early stages, Ireland 99 with such a great start here off the port end. Poland 64 going for the port tack start behind the fleet, and I could see in the distance New Zealand 94 with a port tack start out of the middle. And here were our leaders. We thought they were going to sail away. Netherlands 2, but there's a sting in the tail for Netherlands 2, as we're about to find out on the run. There they are, looking good out of the right. Here's Poland 19 looking good on the left.
Yeah, it was definitely an exciting race, and we've said it many times, but it's never over, and this was truly the race showing it.
Yes, I really thought that Netherlands 2 were going to run away with this race once they got in the lead, but nothing was as straightforward as that. Denmark 6 leading around the first mark. Netherlands 2 carried on and jibed a little bit later and would go on to take the lead. This is the point where they took the lead. You can see that nice dark gust just to windward of them that they jibe into. Now, keep your eye out. Here they are, both of them on trapeze. Oh no, this is the Danish. But the Danish have already lost out.
I think it's here. Yeah.
Oh, there we are.
Something. Yeah, it was definitely something breaking for Bart there, and he just fell straight in the water.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it was. It seemed like they still could be fast around the course after that. Of course, it was nothing that they wanted to happen, but somehow the recovery from them was just amazing.
Let's keep an eye on who's where. So Great Britain doing okay at this stage. China in top right. China's up in the mix. Here's China again, up in the top few. But
yeah, and I think we heard from the interviewer there from Coots that it was a big shift there on the port lay line and pressure that was really making them gain that much. And we saw that China was all the way right, so maybe they just missed that pressure.
That must have changed things so quickly in such a short space of time. GBR4 had been looking good, and there's GBR4 left a picture. They've already lost a lot. Oh, was there a... No, there wasn't any contact there. It just looked like that from that angle. Germany 22 on the left. But here are new leaders. They came in from the left. Matthias Coots admits maybe they were a little bit lucky, but whatever it was, really well sailed by New Zealand to take the win. 2 Danish boats in second and third, and then Spranger and Megendorfer from Germany with the green kite. Bottom of your picture coming across in fourth. Ireland, after that great start off the pin end, coming fifth. And we're desperate to find out who might have made these final few places. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to bring you that.
We know that they are working very hard here in the background to count all the points, and before we show you anything, we just want to be very, very sure to not make anyone disappointed.
And of course, there could still be some protests as well. The Chinese are still possibly quite close.
Yeah, we could just see here outside our windows, they're not only fast on the water, they're also fast in getting in. The New Zealand 94, Sepp Menzies and George Lee Rush is already here on the ramp taking the boat up. So it's been really fast towing in.
Well, I understand that on the water we might be able to get an interview with the Chinese team, Zedin Wen and Tian Liu.
And you guys have had a really good regatta so far. Last time I checked, you were in 10th place. The results haven't quite come in yet for the final race, but what would it mean to you if you made it into the top 10?
So that means confirm we into the top 10?
I'm not quite sure. I'd love to know.
All right.
What would it mean to you if you were in the top 10?
Okay. We're playing the effort this summer. We want to get some reward. So today it's quite tricky and not easy. We cannot read the course easily. So, wow, it's a tough day. And the first leg we do very well, and we want to follow our plan. Second leg we go to right side, but unfortunately we didn't got the pressure and gas. Yeah, we just waiting for the news if we can into the top 10.
Yeah, it's very stressful moments, but you guys have had an amazing season. You won in years, so I guess it just keeps going up from here, right?
Yeah, I think that's for our ARA 2028. The journey is good, steep, especially the first season had a good beginning. I think get more confidence. Yeah.
All right, well, fingers crossed that you made it into that top 10. It's our sport. It is what it is, but it keeps us on our toes. So fingers crossed, guys.
Yeah, just really.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry to say that we've just seen the website updated, and it looks like Zeding Wen and Tian Liu, the Chinese team, have just missed the cut by only 2 points. They finished 11th, just 2 points behind Poland's 64, Mikolaj Staniul and Jakub Storch, who were the last boat to squeak into the top 10. The only other fly in the ointment, Rebecca, is could there be any protests?
You never know. I mean, it would surprise me a little bit if it was protests coming in. Normally we don't see it that much from the 49er guys, but you never know. But it was definitely an exciting last race, and it was many people wanting to be in that top 10.
Yeah, really difficult times for people when they just miss out on making the cut, and so it's oh so close on the points. We've got a guest interviewee. Let's bring him in. George Lee Rush.
Yeah, that's yours.
Come and have a sit down, but don't make Rebecca's seat wet.
I'm soaking.
Wait, here.
But let's see if you have you got any
Crouch
leg
down.
strength left to. I'm not sure if we can get you in.
Does that work?
Let's see if we can get you in. All right. So, we got two of them.
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, let's bring you in. Let's bring you in. Sorry about that, Rebecca. Now,
Take a name it.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Not sure if we're on at the moment. So, Seb and George, congratulations. That was, I'm not allowed to use this, but Snakes and Ladders Day. You know what I mean by Snakes and Ladders, don't you?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, I think.
You climbed up a ladder on that last windward leg, did you?
Yeah, I think we did a bit of that all day. We didn't have the best starts. Put ourselves in some tricky positions and had some comebacks. So, yeah, bit of that going on for sure.
Yeah, and did you see what happened to Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken on the first downwind? They were leading the race.
Yeah, I saw them capsize. Or I didn't watch the capsize, but I just saw they'd flipped. I'm not sure what's happened to them.
Snapped a trapeze line.
Yeah, I wondered if that was the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they were snapping your heels for the overall points in that situation. And then I thought maybe Magendorf and Spranger might move into the lead because they were certainly in the top three in that race at that point. But then you and the Australians, you seem to be tied together. We didn't see a lot of you during that race, but did you both go up the left up that last beat?
Yeah, we worked out the left, I think, as was Matthias and Oscar, who ended up winning the race. Yeah, we're just working up the left, and eventually we got the final shift.
Oh, sorry, we need to share a headset. Sorry about that. Just it's really, yeah. No, we got you now. Just say that for us again.
Yeah, we were out the left with the Aussies and the other Kiwis. The other Kiwis did really well out of it and ended up winning, but we managed to sort of pick ourselves. I don't know what we ended up in the end, but
7th, I think you were.
Managed to get back a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot, I would say. I mean, big changes, and China was in 4th, I would say, with just 2 or 3 minutes of the final windward leg to go, and then they end up, I'm not sure where, but they dropped down a lot and they just missed the cut. So there was so much riding on that last race, but where was your focus, Seb? You thinking Australia, or are you thinking bigger picture?
No, we're just thinking about trying to get around the course. Like George said, we compromised ourselves every race, and
your starts weren't great
our
today.
Starts were really bad, and we were trying to pick our way back. So yeah, it was a long day of trying to fight our way through the fleet.
Which bit is hurting the most, the head or the body?
Oh, I think probably for me the head, and George the body.
Yeah, that's standard 49er sailing, right?
No, my head's pretty sore.
Let's give you a go on the cans again, George.
I was just gonna say I don't know, my head's pretty sore. I think we've missed quite a few races this week, so the body's not feeling too bad. But yeah, that was tricky, and it was just like you say, all over the place, like looking terrible 1 minute, and then 30 seconds later the complete opposite. So yeah, a tricky day for sure.
Well, yellow bibs going into the final day of the 49er World Championships. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, that's pretty cool, and I don't think what we expected this week. So yeah, we'll try and make the most of it.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to become a habit with you guys. So I don't think we've seen the last of you yet. I think you're going to have a great day tomorrow. Thanks for joining us in the studio. I know you've got to pack up the boat and get some pasta down your neck. So have a great evening and good luck tomorrow. Thanks
Awesome.
very much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Well, it probably is. You've left a terrible puddly mess on the floor, but it was worth it. Thanks, guys. And there are our top 10 going through tomorrow. So the New Zealanders in the lead, Australia in second, the Germans in third, the Dutch still in fourth despite that trapeze wire break, Austria in fifth, France in sixth, Poland in seventh, Britain in eighth. They get through. Frederik Raskin, Jakob Prek Jensen get through in ninth. They had a great last race, so well done to them. And am I right in thinking the only country that is represented twice in the top 10 are the Polish, Michał Stanion and Jakub Storch? So good Polish representation, 9 different countries in the top 10. Commiserations to China and all the others that narrowly missed out. I see Uruguay just coming in. I see USA out there, and other French and German teams still coming in. Very international, and it's still going to be very international with 9 different teams tomorrow. Rebecca, who has particularly impressed you today?
Oh, I think it's been many impressive moments, but I must say it's the guys that we were just sitting here with. What a cool day. I mean, it's so much pressure. Also, I know coming from New Zealand it gives a bit of extra pressure. I mean, they have so many big names in their back cheering them on, and it's been big idols for them many years, and now sitting in their own in the shoes of these guys. And
yes,
yeah, it's just amazing.
Looks like great 49er sailing will continue for New Zealand for a while longer. We saw 2 outstanding performances today from 2 different Kiwi teams. We're looking at, this seems like ancient history now, but this is the 49er FX racing that we saw earlier today, and Italy 15 winning a race. Spain 76 coming off the line there, are now in the lead overall in the FX racing, the reigning world champions from Spain. Netherlands 65 just to win with a Belgium 18. Netherlands 65 being Olympic champion Adil van Aanholt. And we haven't seen any repeat winners today, have we? We've seen 6 different winners today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such an interesting day, and watching the FX now, I can barely remember that we even talked about FX, but it's been one of those days where it's been a lot of shifts, and even in here, I feel tired. So we just all have to charge and reload for tomorrow, because tomorrow it will be a lot of action.
Yes. Well, could it possibly be more action than what we've seen today? Maybe. We will find out, but I think it's been an absolutely wonderful day of skiff racing. We're seeing more port tax starts here. It's been such a feature of the starting here, and it is a way of winning races from time to time. Belgian 18 loving the pin end starts and absolutely nailing them today. We've seen a lot of the Danish doing well today. Sweden not so well in the back of picture.
No, it will be so much fun going to the finals tomorrow. The points will be compromised. It will be tight racing, and already before going in today, it's or going into tomorrow, it's tight. Here we get the finalists again in the FX.
Spain leading going into tomorrow. France down to second, having led going into today. Belgium, those pin end starters in third. Bergman and Wiel from Germany in fourth. Anderson and Edlund from Norway in fifth. Another German team, Schiel and Felker in sixth. Seaton and Anderson from Denmark in seventh. Melzaka and Jankowiak from Poland in eighth. The Lewin-Lafrance sisters in ninth. And Black and Tidy just scraping in. We thought it was a battle between Canada and Britain as to who was going to get through, but actually it turned out that both of them just managed to sneak into the final 10 for FX racing.
Yeah, and I must say the Canadian Levin-Lefrance sisters, when they went into the Gold Fleet racing, they were back at, if I remember right, like 18, 19 something. They were very disappointed after the first days, and now bouncing back and being in the top 10 final.
Yeah, great result for them. They got bronze medal last year. Let's see what they can do this year. Australia, Harry Price and Max Paul, they've had a really solid regatta so far. Really, really good sailing by Harry Price and Max Paul, and looking good for New Zealand and Australia up here in Europe. Let's see if they can take the fight to the Europeans tomorrow. France 16, we saw moments of brilliance from the 2024 World Champions today. And Jakob Megendorfer and Andreas Spranger, they could yet win this World Championship. We've seen a lot of their green Jenica at the front of races today.
Yeah, I mean, that's so interesting. From the first place in the overall standing to the third place, we only have 6 points right now. And then we all know that it will be different for tomorrow, but that just shows how tight this 49 racing is.
Yes, and it is. Yeah, it's really tight going into the last day, isn't it? And with this new format, we're all getting used to it. I haven't fully thought through the implications of where the likely medalists will come from. Obviously, the Kiwis still start as favourites, but only as marginal favourites. Great jibe there from France 16. And a great start by Netherlands 2. Moving into the lead of that race, but then for it all to go wrong when that trapeze wire snaps. Here's our overalls for the final of the Nacras.
The Nacra's also been sailing 3 races today. We haven't been following them, but here is the top 10.
Morniac and Retournes. Morniac being from Quiberon, having that local knowledge advantage, if it really is an advantage, and it's such a fluky venue as we've seen today. Uglini and Jubilee moving up and having another good day. Gimpson and Burnett having a good day after a poor day yesterday for the reigning world champions from Great Britain. And then others from Argentina and again, I saw that, and it's just a trick of the eye, but I feel like the back of the Uruguay mainsail gets touched, but there's no way it can do. It's just, it was obviously flicking with the breeze at that point. And there is the view on the ramp, people coming ashore after mentally and physically exhausting day. So I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm not sure when start time is tomorrow. I think I might have it down somewhere. I'll see if I can remind myself of that, because we want you back again tomorrow. We want you to enjoy the finals of these 3 Olympic classes, and if I can bring that to you now, I will. Otherwise, do keep an eye out on 49er.org and the Nacra website. And no, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get it to you, but you've already found us. You know where to find us. And so do come back tomorrow. Tell your friends that it's going to be amazing, because if they missed it today, well, you know that they've missed out. They can still watch it back on YouTube. But make sure that you're signed up to our newsletter at 49er.org/subscribe. And if you've enjoyed today's racing, and I know you did, then you could make a donation to 49er.org/gift to make sure that we keep these live streams going. So from my co-commentator, Rebecca, any final thoughts? What are you thinking about tomorrow? What's going to be the winning mentality?
I think a little bit like we've seen through the day, you really need to have the eyes out of the boat. We know this venue is very tricky with the shifts and the different in the pressure, and I think tomorrow won't be any different. We will see calm teams, I think, but still that excited, but also laser focus.
Yeah, and some teams are still able to have fun and be laser focused at the same time, aren't they?
Yeah, I really think so. And also for tomorrow, it's important to keep the nerves down and really enjoy the situation as well, because if it works well tomorrow, we will keep this format.
Well, Rebecca Netzler, thank you so much. It's been absolute pleasure to commentate with you. I think it's just as well for everyone's sake that I'm going to stop talking soon. So from me, Andy Rice, and from Rebecca Netzler, that's all for today. After 6 amazing races, 6 great skiff races, we know who our top 10s are for the showdowns tomorrow in the Nacra 17, the 49er and the 49er FX, and we look forward to seeing you back with us tomorrow for the final day of the World Championship. See you then.